Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I found on the floor. I took it.
Oh, welcome back to Leafs Weekly. We're going to sum up on today's episode what's been a busy start to the month of June for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And the busy start to the month continues later on this week, but while we have a day off here, we're going to get you all caught up on the action. Let's start right here. The Toronto Maple Leafs against the Brantford Red Sox. After the Maple Leafs were down early on in this game, they just kept finding a way to battle back. And with the game tied 7-7 and Jordan Castaldo's milestone 100th home run on the line, he delivered.
The Maple Leafs, that was it. I got to Castaldo hammers this ball high and deep to left field, and that is number 100 for Jordan Castaldo in his Inter-County Baseball League career.
And did he ever stop and admire it? Castaldo off the bat knew that was clearing the wall. Cover off the baseball in the early innings.
Justin Mara gets into this one, high and deep to left, and gone!
And those back-to-back home runs would effectively win the game for the Toronto Maple Leafs. They'd come away with a 9-8 victory against the Brantford Red Sox. After the game, I talked to Justin Mara and Mr. 100 home runs, Jordan Castaldo, about the milestone. Jordan, we'll just start with the home run. I know it was a big one, and I know that's probably what you're thinking about, but can I just go back to, hitting 100 in the Inter-County Baseball League? Do you ever think, coming into the IBL that you'd be a 100 home run hitter?
No, never thought of it that way. Never looked at it that way. Never put a countdown on it. Just love playing the game, and just like putting good swings on balls and seeing them go over the fence. It's always fun, but I can't sit here and say that it was a goal or anything like that. It's nice to have it happen. I've been doing it for a long time, so but just circle back. It was never a goal, but it's nice to reach that milestone.
Also, Jordan Castaldo gets home run number 100 today. Just playing with him for so many years, what have you kind of seen from him? What's kind of impressed you about him?
Honestly, his approach. From when he was playing in Barrie, we were trying to find a way to get him out, to seeing it on our end. It's impressive what he does. You see it in batting practice. You see his approach. He puts good swings on balls. He sees it deep. He never gets fooled out there. And to have 100 in this league is definitely an accomplishment, and it's great to see.
What are you going to do with the 100 home run ball?
Combination. I'd probably give it to my dad. Probably put it on the mantelpiece at my parents' house for, with the rest of the stuff I've accumulated over the years. But if it's not there, it'll just be at the condo on the entertainment unit or something. But definitely, first thought is just give it to my dad because I think he'll appreciate it the most.
Oh, I thought it was really cool to see Jordan Castaldo hit that home run 100 in the Inter-County Baseball League. How about that? But the one thing I think we are missing from this game is how we got to this point. And with the Toronto Maple Leafs down by 3 runs and runners on second and third, in steps Dan Mara.
Yeah, he's a very strong and very smart hitter.
Dan Mara gets into this one, deep to left, and gone! Dan Mara leaves the yard, and the Maple Leafs have tied it up.
Talk about something we don't see too often. Dan Mara gets a hold of one.
Well, Dan Mara doesn't always come up to the plate trying to hit a home run, but put a good swing on the ball, and sometimes they leave the yard. And in that situation there, Toronto Maple Leafs needed that 3-run home run from Dan Mara. After the game, his brother Justin, he knew it was gone all the way, right, Justin?
No. Honestly, I went back to tag because I've seen so few of them that I actually went back to tag. But no, he definitely put a good swing on that ball, and it was a huge home run for us for sure.
Yeah, it sure was. The Toronto Maple Leafs go on to win the game. They beat Brantford. Now they've won 3 games in a row. But this story wasn't over. The very next game against the Guelph Royals, the Maple Leafs, this time down by 1 run, nobody on base, and Dan Mara came up big again.
I do have a feeling.
This might be one of them. High, deep, left field, gone! Home runs in back-to-back games for Dan Mara.
So your brother Justin, on the home run you hit against Brantford, he said that he went back to tag at third base because he'd seen so few home runs from you. What do you say to him?
I told him right away that was a lie. He knew that was gone. They're still looking for that ball over by the kiddie pool, so he knows that was a shot. And this one, I think I got a little bit better today. So, yeah, he tries to be funny sometimes, but he's not that funny.
He's kind of funny sometimes. The Toronto Maple Leafs had lots of smiles after this game. They scored 14 runs. They win 14-11 over the Guelph Royals. That made it a 4-game win streak for the Toronto Maple Leafs. More post-game reaction from Dan Mara and Dustin Richardson. Dan, you've hit home runs in back-to-back games, and they weren't just any home runs. They tied the ball game both times. They were huge shots. Where is this power coming from Dan Mara?
I was just telling you, I got a resistance band at the station at work. So, no, honestly, I haven't changed anything. I got a little, I guess we'll call them luck. If you put good swings on balls, every once in a while, you know, I had a college coach one time who always told me that home runs were accidents. And the idea is that, you know, if you're staying middle and putting good swings on balls, every once in a while you're going to catch one out front and it's going to leave the yard. So, you know, I'd like to think that's mostly it, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's, I got a new protein powder. And so who knows?
Dan Mara hasn't been known as a home run hitter in the Intercounty Baseball League, but he has 2 big home runs, maybe the 2 biggest home runs of the year that he's hit. Both of them have tied the ball game. What can you say about just the approach that he's brought to the team these last couple of games?
Yeah, you know, Dan was a guy we talked in the offseason, we thought about moving more into a secondary role, but, you know, he's been playing outstanding for us. He's actually, you know, one of our best players on the team this year. And I personally apologize to him. I said, I'm sorry I doubted you, because Dan has been a good team leader, good teammate, and he's been great. He's been great for us all around. And as you can see, we moved him to the 2 hole because he has good quality at bats, and it shows. And when you have good quality at bats, you know, Dan, does a good job, you know, getting the head out, and good things happen here when you do that, and you get the ball in the air at Christie Pitts.
Because the one today I owed the boys, because I made a terrible error in the top half of that inning, and you know what? A lot of runs got hung up on Willie's line, and he pitched better than that. And you know what? If that double play gets turned, we probably get out of that inning. So, to be honest, as far as my mental approach, it's pretty frustrated going into that at bat the way the top half of the inning went. Not that I let that change my approach, but you know, I felt like I owed the boys that one. So I was happy to get it for the team. I mean, like, as far as statistics go, I don't, you know, if they're home runs or doubles or singles, I don't care. But really, like I said, it's just about having a good approach. I try and take it up the middle every time, and if I catch it out front, I catch it out front. So yeah, nothing changes for me, to be honest. So.
Dustin Richardson is going to enter into a rather difficult situation here for the Toronto Maple Leafs. A 1-run ball game, bases loaded, nobody out. We'll have that when we come back.
Coming into what seems like an impossible situation, bases loaded, nobody out, knowing that you pretty much have to strike out the side, what's going through your mind in a situation like that?
First of all, shout out to Brian Sewell, greatest manager move ever. You know, going to me that early. But honestly, the pressure's on the hitters in that situation. It's bases loaded. It's their job to get the guys in. So for me, I'm calm out there, but the juices are flowing. And if I just, throw with conviction and stay aggressive and, make some pitches, good things can happen.
The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big punch out from Dustin Richardson. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Blew it right by him.
Perfect pitch right there from Richardson. With an
0-2 count on Ashton Patterson, trying to strand all 3 Guelph Royals, and he did it! Strike 3! Dustin Richardson punches out the side and saves the day for the Toronto Maple Leafs. How about that?
Yeah, I can't say enough. You know, Richie's done a lot behind the scenes, you know, all winter, putting a roster together, and he sort of took this role that we couldn't fill and really steered the ship in the right direction. So I can't say enough of good things about him as far as what he's done, putting the team together and trusting some of the vet guys and bringing us back and making it all work. And obviously what you see on the mound is like, I mean, that's just vintage Richie. Came in a huge spot, you know, close ball game, even though I felt like, you know, I mean, it was a close ball game. It just was an 11-10 at the time. So he comes in and does his thing, and it just, man, it's so nice to have as a ball club, to have a guy that can just shorten ball games like that. So yeah, I can't say enough good things about that outing.
That was a monster outing from one of the IBL greats, Dustin Richardson, to come in that situation. Well, 1-run ball game, the bases loaded and nobody out, and strike out the side. He threw 2 balls to the first batter he faced and then punched out the side with all strikes in the next 2 batters he faced. He just looked absolutely dominant. But one of the biggest success stories for Dustin Richardson, who is a pitcher but also happens to be the general manager of the Toronto Maple Leafs, has been one of the young guys he's brought into this team, John Javier. He has just been phenomenal for the Maple Leafs this season and climbing the leaderboard everywhere, whether it comes to IBL average, OPS, or even the amount of hits that he's been able to put together for the Toronto Maple Leafs this season. An OPS well over 1,000. Here's Coach Rob Butler on what he likes about the Maple Leafs young import.
Oh, he's so scrappy and just fun to watch, and you know, he brings tons of energy. Another guy who's kind of undersized but plays with a huge heart. You know, he's come up with lots of big hits. I mean, even with his catching, he's been fantastic. You know, he knows how to call a game, and you know, he's strong with his receiving and throwing guys out. So he's got a great arm, which, you know, is intimidating for guys who want to try to steal bases on us. So we have a great tandem with catching with Justin and him. You know, and Justin's kind of the old leader, pro guy, and he's got a protege coming up with him. So I mean, he's been a huge addition. I'm glad it kind of happened by accident with Justin getting hurt there for a little bit. So it's been a nice find, a nice grab for us to make our team. I mean, it's showing where we're going to be above 500 here soon, and you know, be the team that's really tough to beat in the playoffs.
Well, despite batters like John Javier staying hot over the weekend stretch, the Maple Leafs had a brutal 3-3 weekend with a Friday night game and a night game all the way out in Chatham, Kent, to play the Barnstormers. And then to make matters worse, they have to play the top team in the Intercounty Baseball League this year, the Welland Jackfish, on a Sunday afternoon game at Christie Pitt. So the Maple Leafs would go on to lose 2 games in a row. And to kind of sum up this weekend for the Maple Leafs that continues to get busier, here's Brian Sewell.
It's been a busy weekend for the boys. We're going to have 5 games in 6 days. You know, we had a late night last night. Everybody got home at about 2:30 in the morning. Had to be at the park today. We had an optional BP. Running out of arms a little bit there too. But you know what? It's a good team that we just played well in. You know, you got to tip your cap sometimes. And today wasn't our day, and it definitely was theirs. So some positives there too. Marcus Connect's still on fire. Dan Mara still hitting really well. Like there's some positives to be taken away from that as well. So.
Just on the topic of Mara and Connect, and you know, some of the veteran guys on this Maple Leafs team, it feels like they're the guys that have really had an impact on this team this season. Were you guys surprised how well some of these veteran guys are playing on the team this year, or was this something that was expected coming into the year?
They're all elite athletes. All those guys have played D1 ball, minor league ball, right? They all know the process, and I think that this winter they all worked really hard, right? Like we really want to win this year, and I think we have the team to do it. So.
Is this kind of an opportunity this week to try and get back on track? I know you got 2 more games. You only got 1 day off of rest in between the 2 games. Is that a blessing or a curse, do you think, for the Maple Leafs this week?
We're pretty deep in pitching, so I'm hoping that we have some more arms for the Tuesday-Wednesday game. I think we're going to be fine, right? We'll just keep battling it. We'll have Jordan Castaldo back on Tuesday, which is a big piece of our batting lineup. So there's no reason we can't come away with 2 wins, I think, this week. I think all heads are high. Right? Our guys know that we have a good team, and we just got to, you know, stay positive, stay on track, and keep doing what we're doing, keep grinding games out. It's going to happen. I like our team, and I feel really positive about this year. So.
last couple nights, Friday night and today, you've been a little animated with the umpire. You think that's going to help the boys out with some motivation?
I hope so. Yeah, you know, I do it more so they feel like they don't need to do it, right? We need to keep guys in games, and you don't want to go out there and argue calls, and I try to be respectful when I do it, but that way they feel like they don't need to. I can go out there, and if an umpire wants to toss me, we're fine. But yeah, it's part of the game.
Yeah, Coach Brian Sewell has found himself in the middle of the action at Christie Pitts on the field a couple times for the Toronto Maple Leafs, but I know his teammates appreciate it. He's got their back out there on the field at Christie Pitts. So Brian also mentioned the busy schedule that's coming up for the Maple Leafs. It just keeps on getting busier. They've got a Tuesday night game at Arnold Anderson Stadium against the Brantford Red Sox this week, and then one day later at Christie Pitts on Wednesday night against the Barrie Baycats.
Oh, welcome to Dominico Field. Thomas West here alongside Zach Benoit, the Toronto Maple Leafs, and Barrie Baycats on a Wednesday night here at Christie Pitts. And this should be a good one, a rematch of the first round matchup between these two teams in the Intercounty Baseball League playoffs last season. The Toronto Maple Leafs, who, hey, they won their game last night, but Zach, you'd think after the game last night they want to come out strong against a strong team in the Barrie Baycats. They won the Intercounty Baseball League championship last season and kind of clean things up and get off to a fast start.
Yeah, it's going to be a very different look from the team they faced last night in Brantford compared to the Barrie Baycats. Again, Barrie, a team that was atop of this league once the season was finished last year. And you know, they've started off to a slow start, 3-6, but you can never really count out this Baycats team. They always have the pitching, the power is always in the lineup. They got threats really 1 through 9. It should be a really good game.
Before the game, I talked with Ryan Dos Santos from the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I'm joined now by Ryan Dos Santos from the Toronto Maple Leafs. Ryan, I just want to start with last night. What a crazy game that was. Maybe just sum it up for us. I know there were some things you guys probably want to clean up, but also probably shows a bit of determination just to get the win after all that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, our team, like, still early in the year, we're still trying to iron out some of the kinks, and like, we're trying to clean up some pitching, some hitting, and try to rally a little bit better. But like, you know, this team never stops fighting, and we never think we're out of a game. 3 runs, 4 runs is not a big deal in the IBL, and with this lineup 1 through 9, like, you could always believe that we're going to come back and persevere. And I mean, that 9th inning, I don't think anyone had a doubt in their mind that we were going to come back in that game.
Ryan, your plate approach this year has really been interesting. Just at the rate that you're able to take walks this season, but I know that's not necessarily the game plan for you every time coming up. What's kind of your game plan at the plate this year?
Yeah, just looking to hit fastball early, trying to see the ball up and not chase too much off speed. My big reason for a lot of walks is just trying to get into the lead off the game, let my team see a lot of pitches early, and just wait for my pitch. Like, I'm not going to try to swing at a pitcher's pitch early in counts, and I'd rather work the count and hit with 2 strikes because I feel comfortable there than to chase a pitcher's pitch and then put it in play for no reason.
I know with the Barrie Baycats winning the championship last year, that can kind of be a measuring stick for you guys tonight. What do you guys got to do tonight to come away with a win?
We got to start off hot early and, you know, keep pressure on. They got some good arms out of the pen late as well, so we got to make sure that we score early, and then once you score early, you put the pressure on them, right? So hopefully with having Christie as our home field advantage, you know, we'll come through today.
All right, thanks, Ryan.
No worries.
So good to hear from Ryan Dos Santos, who has been getting on base with the best of them, and a guy who's got lots of lineup protection as well, with John Javier and Rando Moreno hitting behind him. And all the Toronto Maple Leafs need from Ryan Dos Santos is to get on base out of the leadoff spot, and he's been doing that at an incredible rate this season.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal. And, you know, going to the game, the last home game, he had that on-base percentage over 500. And really, as a leadoff hitter, you set the tone for your team going into the game. You know, whether that's him drawing walks, getting on base via a hit, or kind of just getting on base using his speed. He uses all of his tools. He's not afraid to use all of them, and he sets the tone for this lineup 1 through 9.
Well, let's take a look at the standings in the Intercounty Baseball League right now. The Toronto Maple Leafs sitting right in the middle of the things, and for the Maple Leafs, I think they're okay with this start. I don't think they were very happy with the effort they came out with over the weekend, but with that being said, this Maple Leafs team has played a lot of games and not very many days, just 1 off day over the last 5, and now playing on their 6th day, which is still just that 1 off day today. But we look at the side of the Barrie Baycats, a lot of people expected this Baycats to be higher in the standings than what they're at right now.
Yeah, it's been a really rough go of things so far for the Baycats. Again, you can never count them out. This is a team that will always produce a really good team on the field. And whether that be their pitching staff coming out having a hot game or some of their hitters really popping off, they just haven't had that connection yet. But on the side of Toronto, this record could be very different. They had a lot of close games to start out the year, and games really, a bounce goes their way, you know, a couple pitches get called on their side. They're possibly winning those games. So really, I think the Leafs are happy where they are. They're playing a lot better baseball and a lot more sound.
Yeah, they have had some tight ball games. They've pitched really well, and they're kind of the opposite of what the Maple Leafs have been this season, where they haven't got a ton from their offense, but they've got a lot from their pitching. The Maple Leafs have been a bit of the opposite, and we just mentioned Rando Moreno and John Javier, and they're just such a good 2-3 punch in the lineup for the Toronto Maple Leafs this season. Rando Moreno leading the Intercounty Baseball League in average once again. He's just been phenomenal. And with Moreno hitting right behind him, you got to throw pitches to John Javier. And if you do that and throw it in the strike zone, he's gonna hit you.
Well, John Javier, what a story it's been. Really, a player that the Leafs, they signed him. They weren't sure what they were going to get, but I think the production, what he's been able to do, not only with the bat, but on the field, has just spoke volumes of the kind of player that he is. Comes into the game batting .479, that 1.209 OPS is really it's an eye-opener. The slugging sitting at roughly .730 on the year. Javier has been sensational, and then Rando Moreno, he does it with the glove, and he's doing it with the bat, and that's been the biggest thing for him.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal. Kind of the opposite of Ryan Dos Santos that we talked to earlier. Ryan Dos Santos has walked 20 times this year. John Javier has not walked once. He loves to swing the bat. If he gets a strike he can hit, there is no chance that he's not trying to take that opportunity. So, we saw the standings in the Intercounty Baseball League. The Barrie Baycats haven't won a ton of games this season, but last time out against London, they put together a really good effort. They got a phenomenal pitching performance from Frank Garces. The game went to extra innings, and then Carlos Sano just locked it down.
And this is what I mentioned. You know that Barrie always has good pitchers. Frank Garces, one of them, and you can see that line. 8 innings pitched and 10 strikeouts. He is lights out when he is on, and Thomas, for most part, he is always on. It's really hard to get runs against Garces.
Take a quick break here for the national anthems at Christie Pitts.
True patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on God for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Well, we talked about how good the pitching has been for the Barrie Baycats this season. In fact, they're one of the best teams in the Intercounty Baseball League when it comes to the ERA leaders. The Toronto Maple Leafs right now in 9th in the Intercounty Baseball League in earned run average. That's something they're looking to turn around, but with Carlos Sano on the mound, or with Cesar Rosado on the mound for the Barrie Baycats today, that ERA is in good shape for the Baycats.
Yeah, and really, when you look up and down this Baycats pitching staff, again, Frank Garces, 26 innings pitched, 2.42 ERA, and then right behind him, you highlighted Sano as well. He has 8 innings and 1.12. It has been impressive, to say the least, when you look at this pitching staff. And Cesar Rosado, I mean, he might have that 5.68, but he is still one of the best pitchers in this league.
This is the lineup for the Barrie Baycats today, as Brandon Hernandez is going to lead things off, and then Willie Garcia, the former major leaguer with the Chicago White Sox, he's in right field batting second. Malik Williams, who brings a ton of power to the plate and is off to a good start this season, batting third. Then Ryan Rio, one of the legends of the Intercounty Baseball League, he's in the cleanup spot, and boy, did he ever pull things together at the end of the season, help the Barrie Baycats win an IBL championship last year. Nolan Macabrota, who has a ton of power and likes to hit at Christie Pitts, he's in left field. And then Tristan Clark, the former Canadian national team junior player, he's in center field. Adam Odd, the former Maple Leaf, at third base. And then Lelis Beltran, who was talking to a couple of the import players on the Toronto Maple Leafs, they said they think he has a little bit more in the tank. Off to a slow start, though, this year for the Barrie Baycats. He's the catcher today. And then Francisco Hernandez, the older brother of Brandon, he's batting in the 9th spot today.
Yeah, again, 1 through 9, they always put out a great lineup. It's going to be a great test here for the Maple Leaf starter, Luis Florentino.
Yeah, Luis Florentino on the mound. He has got some good stuff for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Throws the ball really hard. It's not 95 miles an hour, it's over 95 miles an hour on the mound for the Toronto Maple Leafs. So if he can pump that fastball in and
I mean, when you throw over 95, you don't have to locate it all that well. If he does, he's going to be great today. He can also mix in a couple secondary pitches as well. You see the earned run average, that's a very small sample size. He's only pitched 4 innings this year, gave up a home run. He's made 1 bad pitch all season. That's been it. And I think the biggest question today is how much does Luis Florentino have in the tank? Does he have more than 4 innings? Can he get up over the 80 pitch count today for the Maple Leafs?
It would be huge if he's able to, because again, the Leafs have played so many games in so many days. Their bullpen, they've used a lot of those guys. A lot of arms have been used over the weekend. So the longer that Florentino could go in this game, the better it would be for the Leafs.
Luis Florentino may be one of the most tantalizing import pickups by any team in the Intercounty Baseball League this season, the Toronto Maple Leafs. Give him the ball today and see what he can do. Brandon Hernandez leading things off. First pitch, right down the middle, strike 1. Luis Florentino with a lot of velocity on the mound, and see if the Baycats hitters can get that foot down early and catch up to it. Next pitch up and away to Hernandez.
And you can see it out of his arm. He has a lot of pop with the ball, and that's going to be something that he has to kind of play with. It's that velocity. You mentioned it. It's not 95. It's faster. He can get it up there, but you got to finish down with your pitches, and that ball will just pop out of the hands into the strike zone.
He's already got 6 strikeouts in the 4 innings that he's pitched this season. This one's fouled off down the left side by Brandon Hernandez. We should mention the wind is ripping from center field at Christie Pitts today. You can kind of see the dust kicking up on the field. It is going to be hard to hit the ball out of the ballpark. You might be able to hear the wind ripping by our microphones right now as well. Yeah, you can see the flags. They're flying through center field. And that wind is coming right from the back of Luis Florentino, helping that 95+ mile an hour fastball to the plate.
Yeah, it's pushing around. It's going from center to the plate, but it's also going from center to left. So if you're a hitter and you get the wind at a lucky moment, you could push one over the left field wall, but it's going to be a difficult one today.
There's the 2-2 to Brandon Hernandez, and it's a breaking ball, and it misses arm side up and away. Wind gusts up to 50 kilometers an hour coming through Toronto today, and we're getting it a little bit more than they are down on the field. We're way up on the hill here at Christie Pitts, and we're kind of almost above the tree line. But on the field, the wind's a little bit different. When I was down there today, it was a little bit more calm, but that makes things even harder. When the ball gets in the air, it might do unpredictable things. There's a swing and a miss on a hard fastball by Luis Florentino, strike 1.
Yeah, big strikeout to start the game off. And earlier in the at-bat, Hernandez, he kind of just had a little bit of an excuse me swing where he couldn't catch up the fastball, but he wanted to foul it off to stay alive. That time, Florentino, he noticed that earlier in the at-bat. He just pumps a fastball right by him. Hernandez cannot catch up.
Yeah. Baycats hitters will have to be looking fastball today. If you're looking for a breaking ball, that fastball is going to get by you. Here's Willie Garcia hitting .257 on the season for the Barrie Baycats. Most notably in his baseball career, played 44 games with the Chicago White Sox back in 2017. 0-1 the count now as he took a crisp fastball from Luis Florentino. Here's the 0-1. That one misses inside.
For a little fun trivia, I believe he was a part of the first ever All Garcia outfield.
Yeah, you're right.
It was Willie Avicil, I believe. Avicil Garcia.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last one, though.
Oh, good shout, though. There's a pitch that misses low from Florentino. Malik Williams is on deck. He's got great power, hitting .261 on the year. Willie Garcia hasn't hit for a high average in the minor league system or independent leagues where he's been in a little while, and kind of trying to turn that around now with the Barrie Baycats as he takes a strike on the inner half and clearly didn't like the call.
So we found out the last Garcia. It was Leori Garcia.
Okay, yeah.
Avicil, Leori, and Willie all patrolled outfield for the White Sox.
A little bit of discussion here from Garcia and the Baycats bench as well about the strike zone early on. As it stands, 2-2 on Garcia. Florentino trying to get another strikeout. This one's grounded foul towards first, and that was a emergency hack there from Garcia. He nearly took it out of the glove of John Javier.
Yeah, and again, it's another swing that just doesn't look comfortable against Florentino. It's, again, a guy who can just get the ball out of his hands so quickly. It just has that extra zip, it feels like, where it can get onto your hands really quickly as a hitter.
The 2-2. Swinging a chopper at home plate. Count stays level. Luis Florentino stands at 6'2", 240 pounds, and still a youngster, 25-year-old on the mound for the Maple Leafs.
Interesting to see him go to the off-speed there. Thought he might try to go outside fastball again, double up, because the swing that Garcia had didn't look like a comfortable one.
He's battling, though. And here's another 2-2 from Florentino. Check swing. Chabave at first base says no swing. That would have been an interesting play, though, because Garcia had held his ground at home plate. John Javier had to run a long way to go get that baseball. Could have been a bang-bang play at first base. Joel Estevez, the home plate umpire, with Ryan Jackson patrolling third. Full count here. This would be a hard-earned walk for Garcia. Florentino trying to find the zone again, and he will. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 batters, 2 punch-outs for the big Luis Florentino.
That's a great job, just kind of grit down. You understand that your fastball, you can blow it by him. He does just that, just leans back for a little bit extra, and he gets Garcia swinging.
Yeah, we saw Luis Florentino be really good in the first couple innings of his last start too. It's just a matter of will the stuff start to taper off a little bit when he has to throw a lot of pitches. And in that at-bat right there, Willie Garcia made him work. This is Malik Williams. First pitch, low and away. Malik Williams spent some time with the Trois Rivières in the Frontier League back in 2023. Since then, he's been a Barrie Baycat. This one's grounded through the left side into the outfield. That's a base hit for Malik Williams. And the first base runner for the Baycats here in the top of the first.
And Williams, he always has had the power. It's always been in his bat, and you see there, that's a scorcher right through the left side. He's always going to be a threat.
Designated hitter number 27, Ryan Rio.
Well, this guy coming to the plate now has some power as well, Ryan Rio, and he loves hitting here at Christie Pitts. Although a lot of the home runs that Ryan Rio hit were pre the big wall era out in right field for the Toronto Maple Leafs. But with that being said, most of Ryan Rio's home runs would have cleared that part of the fence anyway. Wind blowing strong in from center field, though. It's going to be hard for these batters to hit home runs today. Rio takes outside, and he's worked it to 2-0. Ryan Rio off to a great start this season, hitting .411, 2 homers, 4 RBIs. Florentino's 2-0. Way outside, ball 3.
That's another thing that Rio is really good at, drawing walks. He has 2 on the year with a hit by pitch, but he only has 1 strikeout, so he's not giving you easy at-bats every single time.
Nolan Macabrota is on deck, and he's been off to a bit of a slow start as well for the Barrie Baycats. And that one's inside, ball 4. So Florentino will face Nolan Macabrota, but what I was going to say, you don't want to put a runner in scoring position. That's what happened, and Macabrota will try and cash in here at the top of the first. Boy, 2 really good-looking strikeouts to start the outing for Florentino. Now he's run into a little bit of trouble here, top 1.
Should be a good fight here with Macabrota, who's usually known as a pretty solid player in the IBL. Like you said, he's off to a bit of a slow start, the 206 to start the year. And those strikeout numbers, a little bit inflated, 14 strikeouts.
Nolan Macabrota out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Pitch in the dirt, gets to the backstop. That's going to allow both Barrie Baycat runners to advance 90 feet. Malik Williams up to third. Macabroda also played on that Trois Rivières team in 2023 with Malik Williams. Trying to cash him in now with a base knock. Florentino's 1-1. Outside, ball 2.
A couple of these pitches from Florentino, he's finishing arm side high. It's just he's not finishing the pitch. He's releasing a little bit too early, trying to overpower it. He has the stuff. He just needs to stay within his body.
One and two now. And that one's inside. 3-1 on Nolan Macabroda.
It's an unfortunate miss, but it's a great location to have that pitch. He corrected the problem, just couldn't get that call in the low inside half.
Tristan Clark, who's a really strong hitter, is on deck. And he will get a chance here with the bases loaded. Florentino walks Macabroda, and the Maple Leafs are in trouble here in the first, and Coach Rob Butler is going to try and nip this in the bud right away. He's going to go talk to Florentino.
Yeah, and it's not a bad spot. You know, Florentino, like you said, still a young guy, 25 years of age. This is just Rob Butler going out, trying to, calm the nerves down, talk to his very young battery. We don't really realize this battery of Florentino and Javier, very young.
25 and 22. John Javier is 22 years old. He's been the find of the century for the Maple Leafs. He can continue to hit like he is. Just as a pure hitter, right now he's the best hitter in the Intercounty Baseball League. We'll see if that catches up to him eventually, because he's not taking anything. But, I mean, if you have a good hitter in Rando Moreno hitting behind you all season, John Javier is going to keep getting pitches to hit.
It's that decision making for a pitcher of, do I pitch to Moreno or do I pitch to Javier? If both are going to burn me, you never really know who you're going to attack and who you're going to try to pitch around.
Big spot here for Tristan Clark, and he takes strike one. Clark didn't like the call, so now steps out. Florentino heading the count. Needs this out here in the top of the first. Clark flies this one in the air. This one is shallow. Dennis DeBanning coming in. He dropped it on the run. It was in and out of the glove. One run's going to come in to score, and that's all. Maybe a little bit fortunate for the Barrie Baycats. Ryan Rio's going to stay, or for the Maple Leafs, Ryan Rio's going to stay put at third base, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, you come in and you can kind of see the shadows there over in right field. Makes it a little bit harder to track when you're running in. It's just tough play. Just hoping that Florentino could possibly just tiptoe out of danger here after allowing the two walks.
Yeah, my fault there. I was already in the process of saying make the catch. That just deflected off his glove. It was a long run there for Dennis DeBanning, but that was an out that the Maple Leafs really needed.
And that was probably the best display of how much the wind is killing the ball right there.
Yep.
On a normal day, that's probably, a foot or two a step in for DeBanning. He had a full sprint almost basically behind first base.
Here's the 0-1 on Adam Odd. He swings and misses. Odd hitting just 167 on the season for the Baycats. I think if you talk to Dennis DeBanning about that after the game, I don't think he'll make the excuse of the win. He kind of tapped his chest to the other outfielders in Florentino just to kind of say my bad, and Luis Florentino is going to have to zone back in and try and get Odd. The 0-2, this one's popped up, this one's playable, but the wind is pushing it towards foul territory. Near the screen, Spencer Ross, twisting underneath it, comes over and makes the catch. That's a pretty good play there from Spencer Ross, the third baseman. So, the damage limited by the Toronto Maple Leafs in the inning. The Barrie Baycats get one on an error, and they lead 1-0 over Toronto. To the bottom of the first inning we go.
Get ready, Hamilton. It's the 2025 IBL Home Run Derby and All-Star Game. Hosted by the Hamilton Cardinals at beautiful Bernie Arbor Stadium. Watch the league's top sluggers crush moonshots in the Derby. Then see the best of the best go head-to-head under the lights in the All-Star Game. Grab your tickets now at HamiltonCardinals.com, because this summer, the stars shine brightest in Hamilton.
To be the best, you've got to bring performance from every second. The game is getting faster every season. So Rawlings made the time machine to help you keep up. Introducing the all-new Velo ACP. It's light, it's balanced, so you can pick your pitch and drive the ball with maximum exit velocity. The game's gotten faster. Your bat has too.
Couple new faces in the lineup for the Toronto Maple Leafs today. Let's start with some of the old, though, to start things off. Ryan Dos Santos, John Javier, and Rando Moreno have been one of the best 1-2-3 punches in the Intercounty Baseball League this season. Justin Mara, Dan Mara, and Spencer Ross behind them. And then Kalo Shaw is going to be playing center field. Dennis DeBanning in right field, and Keegan Martin. Shaw and Martin, two new faces, two new junior players that the Toronto Maple Leafs are going to get a look at today.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see, you know, obviously some players that are typically in the starting lineups not in today. Jordan Castaldo, he's been away for the team for the weekend, and he's not here again today. And then Marcus Connect, the usual right fielder, he is away as well.
Ryan Dos Santos leading things off, takes strike one. Before the game, I talked to Ryan Dos Santos. He said the key to success tonight for the Toronto Maple Leafs is they've got to get off to a fast start. They know that if they let Cesar Rosado get in a rhythm and they get to Carlos Sano late in the game, that's not going to cut it for the Toronto Maple Leafs. They are tough to get runs on.
And who better to start things off fast than Dos Santos, who's off to a fast start.
Yeah, he has been the king of fast starts this season for the Maple Leafs. Just needs to get on base. That's what he's been doing better than anybody in the Intercounty Baseball League this season. The 1-1 from Rosado. That one misses outside. Cesar Rosado really is a two-pitch pitcher out there for the Barrie Baycats. He's got a hard fastball. He's got a nasty slurve, slider, curveball, whatever you call it. But that pitch is sharp and tough to hit. Two and one now on Ryan Dos Santos. Dos Santos fouls it straight back. Had a pretty good cut at that one.
Almost went off a house.
Yeah, you know, that ball, you know how like there's the little line in between the two panes of window? It hit right in between the two window panes.
Hey, if you own that house.
Yeah, lucky for the person at 105, Christie. The 2-2, up and away, full count on Ryan Dos Santos, and he's worked deep into a count once again.
I mean, I don't know if you noticed this, but you know, in the words of Dos Santos, he doesn't like the way he's been hitting, and it's just him not hitting the ball as much as he wants to. He changed the pants. He's not rocking the high socks tonight.
Here's a 3-2 pitch. Dos Santos walks. Number 20 on the season for Ryan Dos Santos. He's more than double anybody in the Intercounty Baseball League in terms of walk total. And he's on base once again.
Catcher number 77.
So here's John Javier, and he has been really good for the Maple Leafs this year, batting .479, better than anybody in the Intercounty Baseball League. His 4 hits last night against Brantford Red Sox boosted those numbers to number 1. Javier takes up high, ball 1.
Yeah, Javier has just been such a spark plug, and it's such a much needed spark plug for this Maple Leafs team. A guy that you sign and you immediately inject him into that number 2 spot and he produces. It's just massive. And he's only, like you said, 22. Doing this at age 22 is impressive.
Here's the 1-0. Javier takes, but it's called a strike. Here's Rosado's 1-1. This one's smashed in the air towards center field, dropping and a dive, and it kicks off the glove of Tristan Clark. Both runners will advance. It's Dos Santos to second, Javier to first, and he's got himself a single here in the first inning.
And I don't know if you heard it, the bench immediately screaming in because they knew that ball, the wind was going to absolutely kill it. Clark, he had a good read on it, but it was a little bit too late of a read to jump in. He's getting tended to right now by the trainer.
That was an all-out dive. I think he might have knocked the wind out of himself a little bit. That was actually a really good effort to get to that baseball. And it's not like he got a bad read on it, too. He broke in right away. That ball was hit really hard by John Javier to center field. That was not a bloop single, but it was dying. It might have had a little bit of topspin on it as well. That was going to be a really hard play for Tristan Clark to make.
Yeah, again, it's just the wind playing factors. Any other day, that's probably a line drive right at Clark. This time, Javier, he gets gifted by the wind and gets another base hit. He is red hot to start the year.
Yeah, Tristan Clark's a really good defender out there for the Barrie Baycats. Really secures up that center field position for them. Got a good baseball resume, too. A 30th round draft pick of the Washington Nationals back in 2016. That was a proud moment for Canada when they saw a Canadian go in the Major League Baseball draft, and also for Canadian national junior team where he played. After that, he went on to play for the University of New Orleans in the NCAA's Division I. In terms of batting runners in, Rando Moreno is right up there with his teammate Marcus Connect as the best in the Intercounty Baseball League. And the reason he's been driving in so many runs is because Dos Santos and Javier are always getting on base in front of him. Now he bloops this one towards third base. Catch made in foul territory by Adam Odd, and that's a really good sign for the Baycats as they get a dangerous hitter to pop out on one pitch.
First baseman, number 9, Justin Mara.
So Justin Mara comes to the plate now for the Maple Leafs. 2 runners on base. Trying to drive him in. Mara takes inside. Justin Mara had a couple mistakes on the base path last night in that game against the Brantford Red Sox, and he knew it right away, and by his own admission, weren't great mistakes, but came back and still battled. Had a really productive day at the plate despite not having a great day on the base pass. Still came in and caught a really good ball game for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and I think Justin Mara today kind of wants to, if he can get a big hit, kind of shake that one off and get one back. I think that might be something that's on the mind of Justin Mara in this game today. Here's the 2-0. Mara takes a strike. It was a pretty good breaking ball over the outside corner.
Yeah, and Justin Mara, to your point there, he's a guy that will come into the ballpark every day with just, that I want to do something to help the team mentality. And, that's why he's one of the captains and one of the leaders on this team. It's just he's such a leader. Everyone wants to follow him by his lead.
The 2-1, Mara fouls it off towards the Baycat dugout. Yeah, I've been really inspired by the kind of work ethic that all the Mara brothers on the Toronto Maple Leafs have brought over the last couple seasons for this Maple Leaf team.
They all produce, but they also all look like they take that coaching role as well.
Yeah.
You see it a lot during the BP practices, all the Mara brothers hitting ground balls to the guys on the infield.
2-2, this one's fouled off.
We've seen Adam a couple times doing pitching BP. Justin has pitched BP a couple times.
Yeah, there's no excuses from that family either. I mean,
Look at Dan the other day. He made an error at second base and took responsibility for it right away. And not only that, but drilled a home run to tie the game right after he did it too. The 2-2 to Justin. Mara swings and misses, strike 3. That's a big punch out from Cesar Rosado.
And after the first 2 get on, the second 2, so Rosado just settles on down immediately, and that's a massive strikeout, like you said.
Rosado came into this start with an earned run average of 5.68 on the season, with 12 2/3 innings pitched, 9 strikeouts over that stretch. Tough matchup here for Dan Mara, with that good breaking ball coming from the right side of Rosado, and Mara being a right-handed batter. Toronto Maple Leafs, unlike most years, haven't faced a lot of lefties this year in the Intercounty Baseball League. I mean, all those good power hitters for the Maple Leafs have kind of got used to facing lefties. They faced them so much. This year, not so much. The 1-0 in there for a strike.
They're going to need left-handed throwing head coach Rob Butler to start throwing them more BP.
Yeah, you know what? It was Zach Lamprey who was throwing BP today from the right side to get them warmed up to face Rosado. The 1-1 to Mara. Dan Mara takes low. Mara can put the ball in play with the best of them in the Intercounty Baseball League. Seldom strikes out. Maple Leafs could use a little hit anywhere right now, and with the speed of Ryan Dos Santos, who's also up there in the stolen base leaders in the Intercounty Baseball League, he's probably going to score on a single.
Dan, 7 walks on the season. Might not be as selective as Dos Santos, but he works his counts well.
The 2-1. Outside, 3-1 now on Dan Mara. I talked to Danny. He's brought a little bit of power to the plate this year, but he said he doesn't come up trying to hit a home run ever. When he comes to the plate, he said he's just trying to put a good swing on the ball, whether, in his words, if it's a home run, double, single, he said, I don't care. As long as he can get the ball out into the outfield.
He's in a 7-way tie for second place on the team in home runs.
Here's the 3-1 in there for a strike. That was a good pitch on the inner half. Here's the 3-2. This one's chopped up the middle. Actually, it deflects off the glove of Cesar Rosado, and all hands are safe. Oh, Rosado's kind of looking at his infielder saying, maybe I shouldn't have touched that baseball, but with that ball bounding up the middle and a runner in scoring position, I think Cesar Rosado made the right play to try and at least get a glove on it.
Yeah, it's one of those plays where, as a pitcher, it's your instinct to go after the ball when it's coming at you that hard. Maybe the topspin after it hit the dirt kind of threw Rosado off a little bit. It got a piece of his glove. He knocked it down. Big break for the Leafs.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is it's not as easy to field ground balls when you're on the pitching mound as a pitcher because you're elevated. And the ball kind of comes in there and bounces at a weird angle sometimes. If it hits the mound, it takes a hop that you weren't expecting. Maybe it, hits that indent where your foot plants down on the mound. But that ball had a lot of topspin on it. That one just got by Rosado. That's an infield single for Dan Mara. Here's Spencer Ross. He takes in the dirt, but the ball does not kick away far enough. Boy, Beltran got out of that catching stance and pounced on that baseball right away before it could roll too far.
Yeah, Dos Santos, usually a guy that he gets a good read off the ball, but there's really nothing he can do about that one. Beltran just immediately just pounced on it.
Elise Beltran was one of the imports that the Barrie Baycats have been very excited about coming into this season, but he is off to a slow start at the plate this year. But one of the things that the Barrie Baycats saw a lot of value in was Beltran one speaking Spanish, being from the Dominican Republic, and being able to communicate with all of their really good Spanish-speaking pitchers on the mound. And that has a lot of value, I think.
Yeah, it makes it really easy. Just, you know, get on the same page, figure out what sequencing you want to do. And if some of the other teams can't speak Spanish, you got a code. Nobody can pick up what you're saying.
Here's the 1-1. Ross takes way outside. Well, Cesar Rosado might be feeling it a little bit here in this first inning. He's throwing 25 pitches. Not to say that this is going to be fatigue over the remainder of his start, but anytime you throw a lot of pitches in one inning, it's worth kind of doing what Rosado's doing right now, taking a deep breath, kind of trying to regain some of that energy, because you might have to make a couple good pitches here to get out of this inning.
And we kind of already seen him, you know, the last two batters here, he's pulled that breaking ball a little bit more than he was earlier on in the inning.
Outside ball 3.
If you're the Maple Leafs, game plan is you just wait till you see one that you like. That breaking ball, it started off the inning really, really strong, but it's kind of faded off as the inning's gone along, like you mentioned. Now 26 pitches.
Interesting spot here for Spencer Ross. Do you swing if it's a pitch you like, or do you wait for Rosado to find the strike zone? A 3-1. Outside ball 4. Everybody will advance, and a run comes in to score for the Maple Leafs, and it's 1-1.
That's a smart at-bat by Spencer Ross. You don't chase. It was kind of the mindset you said to have. Do I let him throw me a strike, or do I be patient with it? He elected to be patient. That's a great job.
Oh, I love that conversation there between Ryan Dos Santos and Martin at the plate there. You could see Ryan Dos Santos telling him about the fastball, I'm pretty sure, of Cesar Rosado. You could kind of see that hand movement. And I'm betting you that he's telling him that fastball comes in hard and doesn't drop very much. Probably almost looks like it's rising coming out of the hand of Rosado.
And it's also weird to call Dos Santos a veteran now, but he's talking to a junior call-up player here saying, hey, this is what this guy's throwing. This is how it comes in at you. Be prepared. That one soared over the scoreboard. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, Kalo Shaw, I should say. I said Martin at home plate. This is Kalo Shaw at the dish. But why is that an important pitch to talk about at home plate? Because there's bases loaded to it, and the new guy's at the plate. He's going to get some fastballs here. The 0-1. Well, that one wasn't. It was in the dirt.
Again, be wise. You don't chase that breaking ball unless he throws it over for a strike. That's when you go into the mode of hunt fastball, adjust to a breaking ball. But for now, all you're doing is just hunting for that fastball until Rosado proves that he can throw it over that breaking ball over for a strike.
Kaleo Shaw just has one at-bat in his Inter-County Baseball League career. Came last time Maple Leafs were here at Christie Pitts. That pitch, home plate umpire's going to say that Shaw went around, so the count now 1-2.
Yeah, a little indecisive on the inside fastball there.
What a big moment for Kaleo Shaw here in his second Inter-County Baseball League at-bat. Dennis DeBanning on deck, hopeful that he's going to get an at-bat of his own this inning. Rosado trying to make one more good pitch to get out of this inning. The 1-2. Shaw takes in the dirt. It goes to the backstop. Here comes John Javier. The throw gets away, and Justin Marr is going to hold his ground at third. The Maple Leafs have taken the lead on a wild pitch, and it's John Javier with the mad dash to home plate.
Who else but John Javier creating that one? You said it, mad dash. The throw was a little bit offline, then it just scooted right back over the mound. But Javier, fantastic jump off third, and the Leafs go up 2-1.
So how about this, Zach? If you're Kaleo Shaw, you just saw Cesar Rosado spike a breaking ball into the dirt. He missed with another breaking ball earlier in that bat. What pitch do you think he's going to get now?
Again, it's the fastball. You just got to continuously hunt fastball. You know, if he hasn't thrown that breaking ball over, obviously now it's different because it's 2 strikes, but you're hunting fastball, you adjust to the breaker. You're not trying to get a base hit on a breaking ball. You're trying to just hunt that fastball wherever it is in the zone.
2-2. 2-1 scoring position for the Maple Leafs, 2 outs. Bottom of the first inning. Shaw takes outside, full count.
I don't know if you noticed there, Hernandez, the back catcher, he's saying to Rosado, you're side-arming, you're coming from the side, and that's why that pitch came out. This could possibly be fatigue. Obviously, Rosado, a pitcher that's, he's thrown a lot in his IBL career.
Cesar Rosado hasn't been crazy sharp to start this season, unlike past years in the Intercounty Baseball League. He's been dynamite for the Maple Leafs, or for the Barrie Baycats. Here's the 3-2 to Shaw. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll do it for the bottom of the first inning, but the Toronto Maple Leafs get to Cesar Rosado for 2 runs. They lead the Barrie Baycats by 1 as we head to the second. Back here at Dominico Field, it's a really good pitching matchup we have today here at Christie Pitts. Luis Florentino and Cesar Rosado. Florentino hasn't pitched much at all this season, but if he can have a couple good innings, those numbers are going to look really good. Florentino has had a lot of strikeouts to start his Intercounty Baseball League career. Cesar Rosado has been known to have quite a few strikeouts in the past, but this season hasn't been quite as sharp as we've seen him in past years, but I wouldn't count him out just yet.
I wouldn't really count out this Barrie team just yet either. It seems that the entire team, they got what we like to call that championship hangover, where you start the next season off a little bit slower, but I would not be surprised to see this Barrie team, pick things up come mid-season and really go on a run towards the end.
Yeah, the Toronto Maple Leafs are not doing this year. They are very dead set against doing this year, but in past seasons, they've been a team that really just turns it on at the end of the season and ends up being good in the playoffs. And for 2 years in the Intercounty Baseball League, that totally worked. From 4th place, they made it all the way to the Intercounty Baseball League finals against the London Majors. This Barrie Baycats team's not going to want to do that either. But just like with that being said, they have a lot of really good hitters and good talent in this lineup. This team's going to be above 500 by
no doubt about it. I mean, you have a pitching staff of Frank Garces, Cesar Rosado, and then you have Sano coming out of the pen. This is going to be a really good team. It's just more of a matter of once they figure it all out. It just seems like some guys are starting off slow. Good hitters are a little bit cold right now. Everything will kind of round itself out for Barrie.
Elise Beltran, the catcher, is at the plate for the Baycats. Did I see too Noel McGarry-Doyle signed to the Frontier League? The Ottawa Titans. And he's been a guy who's had some opportunities back and forth between that league. But that's a bit of a loss. He was off to a really good start in the IBL, and he was the Ryan Dos Santos of the Barrie Baycats. He wouldn't get on base every time via the walk, but he was getting on base with a lot of hits to start the year.
Yeah, he was batting .318.
2-2 now on Beltran. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Florentino got him to chase, and that's 3 strikeouts in the outing.
Florentino, he had a really long time to sit and relax and reflect on that first inning. Obviously, a couple of batters where he wished he can go back, the walk to Rio and Mackie Broda, but comes out in the second inning. He's rested. He understands what he has to do, and he comes out firing strikes. It's a quick out number 1. There's a little pep in his step too. He finishes that pitch right there, and he has a little hop right after.
Yeah, his pitch count is closing in on 40 right now here in the top of the second inning. He would love a quick 1-2-3 frame. Beltran was the number 8 hitter. This is the number 9 spot in Francisco Hernandez. He's got the 2 for Hernandez brothers coming up here. Brandon Hernandez is on deck. He's ahead in the count again. 0-2 here on Francisco. And this one's lined into the outfield. This one's dropping, and it falls and gets by Dos Santos. In center field, the ball picked up by Shaw. Throw to second. A good one, but not in time.
Again, you got to kind of monitor the wind blowing here at Christie. Now you can see it going left to right, but it's still inwards. The ball, it's still dying on these outfielders.
Pretty good arm there from Kaleo Shaw in center field. Toronto Maple Leafs really they're getting their first look at him today. Came into the game against the Welland Jackfish late for an at-bat. That was a good throw to second base.
And granted, you know, he's been here a couple of games. We saw him in batting practice on the Sunday, and he's really good. Granted, it's just batting practice, but really good tracking the baseball. He takes good routes, and we saw him taking a good route right there to back up the Dos Santos, who's trying to go make the play.
The big news today for the Toronto Maple Leafs is that right now we're not sure how long it's going to be, but Marcus Connect is out of the lineup for the Toronto Maple Leafs with an injury. We're kind of waiting to see on what the results of that are going to be, but the Maple Leafs hoping that he's back in the lineup quickly.
Yeah, it comes at just such an unfortunate time, too. He was red hot with the bat, 6 home runs. Also leads the team in RBIs. I believe it was 19 he had.
Leads the league in RBIs. And like, just smashing the baseball out of the ballpark as well. Home runs in 4 straight games. 5 home runs in that 4-game stretch. Hit another one last night. It was just a moonshot. If you've been to Arnold Anderson Stadium in Brantford, they've got a giant wall, kind of like the one we see in right field here, but it's in left field, and Marcus Connect hit a tower, except it's further back, I should mention. He put a towering moonshot onto someone's back porch in Arnold Anderson Stadium.
Somebody woke up to a nice souvenir.
Yeah. Right on their doorstep.
Or in the window, depending on how hard it hit the house.
I get bounced in there. Florentino has fallen behind the leadoff hitter, Brandon Hernandez, 3-1. Pitch up and away. 2 on base now for the Barrie Baycats as Hernandez walks, and here comes Willie Garcia. Just to finish that point there on Marcus Connect, that means that there's a little bit more opportunity in the outfield for some of these young players on the Maple Leafs, although they've already kind of had a lineup of people to play center field. And, well, I mean, really the only position that's been an everyday spot has been Ryan Dos Santos out there in left.
Yeah, you know, you don't really know what you're going to get. This is a good chance for DeBanding to get some more action because, again, you don't know how long Connect is going to be out for. And the center field spot, like you said, it's been more of a revolving door. They're just trying to see who fits in there best, and today's we're going to look at Shaw.
Willie Garcia with some ducks on the pond here, trying to drive one in. Here's the 0-1. I think the Maple Leafs would love if Dennis DeBanding is that guy that can play that everyday position. And you know what? Dennis DeBanding has been slumping a little bit for the Toronto Maple Leafs, but we've seen the baseball resume that he has. He's going to be fine.
He's a great ball player. He just puts a lot of pressure on himself. Obviously, another big thing of being back home playing in Toronto, it's a big thing for him. He wants to produce for this team. He wants to be able to have big moments for the team.
Good pitch from Florentino. Found the outer half, and now 1-2. And Luis Florentino really needs to get Willie Garcia here. You don't want to face Malik Williams with runners on base. He's on deck. Here's the 1-2.
chopped foul at home plate. Ball slid into foul territory, but it clearly hit the foot of Garcia. Kind of feeling the effects of that one at home plate as well.
Yeah, I like that mix-up right there. They went with the backdoor slider where if Garcia swings at it, what's going to happen is what happened. He's going to foul over the top of it, fouls it off onto his own leg. But now you've set yourself up nicely if you want to go with an outside fastball, establish that outside corner here in this at-bat.
Garcia, one of the 3 strikeout victims of Luis Florentino today. The 1-2 way up and away. 2-2 the count now.
They went with the outside fastball, but he elevated just way too much. He's got to finish down. It's the one big thing right now for Florentino. You have to finish your pitches down.
Pitch count is getting up there for Luis Florentino. This will be pitch number 49. 2-2. Swinging a foul tip at home plate. Well, we've seen this before. Willie Garcia did strike out in his last at-bat, but he fouled off a lot of pitches, and he made it really tough on Florentino to get him out.
Hey, he's not an easy out. He'll fight.
But, see, this is what Willie Garcia brings to a team. So he strikes in his first at-bat, but if he had gone down, I mean, he was down on the count early on, then battled and made Florentino throw 4 or 5 extra pitches in his first at-bat. He's done the same thing once again. He's starting to throw a lot of pitches all in the same inning. And even if he gets out here, you know, he's kind of opening the door a little bit for the guys hitting behind him. The 2-2. Fouled off.
Hey, can you tell that he once reached the majors? Really good bat-to-ball skills, and just a keen eye at the plate is what we've seen so far tonight from Garcia.
Yeah, if you're new to the Intercounty Baseball League, there are a lot of former Major League Baseball players that come through this league, but not with the amount of games that Willie Garcia got. He got 44 games in a season. Hit 2 home runs as well in the majors. The 2-2 in the dirt, full count. Like lots of you look at Angel Castro, right? He came in, he had a little bit of major league experience, but just 4 innings for the Oakland Athletics. Lots of guys with a he's up there with the same baseball resume with Garcia on the side of the Guelph Royals. Played in the major leagues for 4 different teams. But Garcia, he earned his way onto that Chicago White Sox team. Here's the 3-2 pitch. This one's hit in the air to center field, and it's struck pretty well. Back goes Shaw, and he makes a running catch. He gets the ball in quickly, throw towards third base on a couple of hops, but that was a fantastic play out there by Kaleo Shaw.
Yeah, sacrificed his body at the fence there. He's kind of feeling the effects of it a little bit. But I don't think Hernandez was expecting him to catch that ball. He was already halfway towards third. He had to run back in tag, and he made that throw at third a little bit closer than it should have been.
First baseman number 35, Malik Williams.
So the Leafs will face Malik Williams here with a couple runners on base. Had a hit in his last at-bat, got the batting average up to .292 on the season.
You can kind of see here the shortstop. He's a little bit shaded over. Last time that Williams was up, it was a bullet right through that hole. You see they're shading him a little bit more now to the pull side.
The 1-0, this one's crushed to left field. Ryan Dos Santos going back. He's got room, and it goes off his glove, and it drops. A run comes in to score. A couple errors in the outfield for the Maple Leafs have cost them 2 runs, and we are tied in the top of the second.
That's just a tough play. See, nothing you can really say about it. And it's been both times where Florentino could get out of the inning, again, just limiting damage. Just a run comes across.
That ball was hit pretty well by Malik Williams, but the wind was not knocking that ball down. The wind has completely died here at Christie Pitts. Just a couple mistakes in the outfield by Toronto Maple Leafs. And it's cost them in this ball game.
And whoever parked their van there, it's not going to be happy when they get back to it.
You know, I think it saved the dent. Oh no, it's dented.
It is, yeah, it's dented. Yep, it's dented. That's going to need a little bit of body work done on it, but that one got dented. That's for sure.
The 0-1 on the outside corner for a strike, 0-2. So Luis Florentino is going to be asked to battle through a little bit of adversity once again here in the top of the second inning. 56 pitches into this outing. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That is a big punch out from Luis Florentino on the side of the Toronto Maple Leafs. 2 unearned runs have come in on Florentino's record, but he is battling right now for Toronto, and they'll try and get that run back in the bottom of the second.
To be the best, you've got to ring performance from every second. The game is getting faster every season. So Rawlings made a time machine to help you keep up. Introducing the all-new Velo ACP. It's light, it's balanced, so you can pick your pitch and drive the ball with maximum exit velocity. The game's gotten faster. Your bat has too.
Well, welcome back to Toronto Maple Leafs baseball. And if you're curious why we were looking at a car coming back from the break, well, that was the car that the foul ball hit. And you can see clear as day on that back sliding door. Little bit of a dent, And that's the risk you run of parking here, Mr. West.
That's not my car.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. In general, it's the risk you run of parking here. I park about a block away.
You're smart.
The long walk after is never fun, though.
You know what sucks? It's paid parking, too.
Oh, man, you paid to get a dent on the side of your car. That's unfortunate.
It's actually not that funny. If it was one of us, we would not be laughing that much.
We would be devastated. And by we, I mean me, because it would probably be my car.
Yeah. This is Dennis DeBanning at the plate now, and Rosado gets ahead of him quickly, 0-2. Rosado's 0-2 pitch. Inside. Good take there by Dennis. DeBanning hitting .206 on the season. But at the beginning of the year for the Maple Leafs, looked like one of the best hitters on this Toronto Maple Leafs team. Had 2 home runs early on. He's got 5 RBIs on the season. He's found his way to contribute in the lineup for the Maple Leafs this year. The 1-2 outside.
We know the power's in the bat, and that was kind of a big thing in that trade for Salazzo, is you're giving up a big power bat on the infield, but you're gaining a guy who's younger. He has similar power, maybe not as extensive as Salazzo, but he has good pop in that bat.
Here's the 2-2. This one's hit on the ground, and it will be gobbled up by Francisco Hernandez. He throws to first in time, out number 1.
Looked like he went with an inside fastball and just completely jammed a Banning. Couldn't get the hands extended, and it's just a weak ground ball to second base.
The Barrie Baycats have the brothers Hernandez up the middle as the double play tandem. It's Brandon at short, Francisco at second. Adam Odd is the third baseman, and Malik Williams at first.
In the outfield, in left, Macabrota. In center, Tristan Clark, and Willie Garcia is in right. Martin hits this one on the ground to first. That's Malik Williams who gobbles it up. He throws to first in time to get the out. Thought Malik Williams was going to go to the bag. There might have been a bit of a hesitation from Cesar Rosado. Martin was hustling down the line, but there's 2 away now. It's the first IBL at bat for Keegan Martin. Ryan Dos Santos walked in his first at bat to lead things off. Eventually came in to score in that first inning as well.
You know, after the air last inning, he wants to come up here, put another good at bat, just keep the momentum rolling for the Leafs.
The 1-2-3 tandem has been so good for the Maple Leafs this season, and there's so many good things. Ryan Dos Santos is among the league leaders in terms of runs scored. He's getting on base a lot, and then Rando Moreno is among the league leaders in RBIs because he just keeps driving them in. It's a great little partnership, that 1-2-3.
And then John Javier leads the league in average.
Yeah, and John Javier also gets on, so Moreno gets more RBIs.
When you think about it, they really help each other out.
Dos Santos finds himself ahead in the count again here against Rosado. It's 2-0. There's a strike on the outer half. Well, both pitchers right now, their pitch count is not particularly intact. For Cesar Rosado, he is up. This will be pitch number 43 for him. Florentino up over 50 as that one's fouled off at home plate by Dos Santos.
Yeah, one thing both teams have done extremely well to start this game off is just continued and long at-bats. That's what they've been able to just manufacture. John Javier pulling double duty there to get the foul ball while wearing the leg guard.
Yeah. 2-2. Inside, I nearly hit him. Dos Santos jumps out of the way. Full count here on Ryan Dos Santos. Has worked deep into another count here today. 3-2 count in his first at bat as well. This time he's got 2 outs. Ryan Dos Santos hunts fastballs. We'll see if Cesar Rosado will give him one here. The 3-2 fouled off. Dos Santos had a pretty
Not
good
the van
rip
again.
Oh, it missed the van.
My heart skipped a beat there, partner. We would have had to tell whoever the van owner was. They got to move out of the way there.
I don't want to add another ripple to this story, but they're kind of parked in the bus stop too.
Oh no. Oh no.
3-2 ripped foul once again by Dos Santos up onto the hillside.
Heads up, Bushman. They may be high up there on the hill, but they're ready to make plays.
Yeah, you know, tough to make a play with a beer in your hand, and that's obviously a very important part of being a Bushman is having a beer in your hand. So, you know, good on protecting the beer at first at all costs.
Hey, they're the loudest, and you might even say the best fans in the IBL.
I would say that. 3-2, ball 4. Ryan Dos Santos has walked 21 times this season, and he is well on his way to an Intercounty Baseball League record this year.
I was going to ask you, what is the record, if you have it off the top of your head?
I do. The record for walks in a single season is 44. He's already halfway there.
It's been, what, a month of IBL baseball?
Yeah, a short month of May. So,
wow.
Yeah, about a month, yeah. Not even a month. And lots of rainouts to start the year, too. John Javier at the dish now. Dos Santos going, he got a great jump. Throw down to second, not in time. It was a perfect throw. Ryan Dos Santos got a fantastic jump and swiped second.
Again, I mentioned it last game. He wants to utilize his speed more. That was something coming into the season. He said, I want to get back to, getting on base and just using my speed. He broke the record for stolen bases while he's playing with the Henderson Flash down in the States in a summer ball league.
That stolen base ties him for the league lead. 7 stolen bases on the year. He's tied with the former Maple Leaf who's now playing for Kitchener, Jamie Cabral. The 1-0. Outside ball 2. John Javier has found himself in a hitter's count now, and he's got a runner in scoring position. John Javier has 10 RBIs on the season. A lot of those are driving in Dos Santos. Here's the 2-0. What a pitch. 2-0, he comes back with the breaking ball. Javier, the youngster, obviously looking for a fastball in that scenario, and he placed it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, that just takes a lot of guts to just be behind 0-2, trust in your stuff enough, especially after the first inning where that breaking ball just looked like he was missing it.
The 2-1 went right back to that breaking ball, but it missed outside. Rosado looked back at the home plate umpire and wanted that pitch. He's a bit frustrated there. Kind of claps the ball back into the glove on the mound.
And the really good thing about the Maple Leafs approach just in this game against Rosado is they're not chasing that breaking ball. He's thrown it for a strike a couple of times, and he's gone back to it a second. The Leafs aren't extending their zone. They know where they want that ball, and they're going to stick with that plan every time they come up to bat.
Time called by John Javier.
No, it's just Javier's world. We're just living in it.
Well put. John Javier trying to drive in his 11th of the season with Dos Santos at second base. Here's the 3-1. Javier fouls it off. Count 3-2. Ask John Javier, what's your favorite spot to hit a baseball? He said he loves to hit those balls down and away. Got one there from Rosado. Three and two outs here in the bottom of the second. Maple Leafs trying to take the lead. The pitch to John Javier. And it's hit on the ground. This one to third base. Going to be a tough play for Adamon, and it kicks off his glove. John Javier is safe at first base, and here comes Rando Moreno.
And again, that's just what we like to call the Christie hops. That one was a high chopper. It would have been a close play at first. Javier was hustling out of the box. Very curious what they're going to give him here, whether that be a hit or an error. But it was a tough play for Adamad.
That is a good question. That was a slow chopper towards third base. Could go either way. They're going to give him an infield single. They're going to have an infield single to John Javier.
2 for 2 on the day.
I think that's a good call. Throw back to second. Oh, Ryan Dos Santos was leaning a little bit towards third base, but the pickoff move from Rosado, he spun all the way around to throw that ball instead of going the short way. I guess it's kind of less efficient but shorter way, the traditional way to second base.
Dos Santos just wants to get the jersey dirty. I know one person that is not going to be very happy about that.
Jersey was already pretty dirty. This one's lined towards center field, and it's right at Tristan Clark out there in center. Man, Rando Moreno has had some unfortunate luck lately. Lined into a double play to start the game in Brantford. Now he's drilled one to center field, but Tristan Clark was right there to make the catch, and the Maple Leafs go scoreless in the bottom of the second inning. It's turned into a pretty nice evening here at Christie Pitts, and we've got lots more baseball. Top of the third coming up.
Fielder number 20, Nolan Macaroda.
Welcome back to Christie Pitts. 2-2 Barrie Baycats, Toronto Maple Leafs. A rematch of the first round in the Intercounty Baseball League last season in the playoffs. Luis Florentino back on the mound, gets Nolan Macaroda to swing and miss.
And this is what he's done the last 2 innings as well, is just comes out after a lengthy break and just throws strikes. He attacked the first batter of the game like that, then he attacked Beltran like that as well in the second inning.
Yeah, the first couple batters of each inning, Luis Florentino has been dynamite. Once he starts to get into that 15, 20 pitch count in the innings, the stuff has fallen off just a little bit. But what I will say, the 2 runs that have scored on him today have really, they've been unearned and they really have not been his fault.
Well, you think about it, really, this could easily be a 2-0 game.
Yeah, 2 dropped fly balls in the outfield for the Maple Leafs, and we'll see how costly that's been. The Barrie Baycats have played a lot of low-scoring games for whoever they're playing this season.
And to note, the defense hasn't been an issue for the Maple Leafs this season when you think about it. They've played pretty solid defense all year round. So kind of seeing 2 back-to-back like that is very shocking.
Nolan Macaroda is going to lead off the inning with a walk.
Center fielder number 6.
This is a day that the Toronto Maple Leafs need some innings out of Luis Florentino, although with the pitch count where it is right now, I don't know how far into this ball game he's going to be able to go. But they have played 5 games in 6 days. It has been a brutal schedule stretch for the Maple Leafs. They had 1 day off on Monday, and that was it. They were in Brantford last night. This one's hit in the air. This is Dennis DeBanning, who was under it, and he makes the catch. And that's out number 1. One away. Here's Adam Odd.
Third baseman number 26, Adam Odd.
Odd is 0 for 1 on the day. This is the part of the order that Luis Florentino needs to attack. Odd hitting 154. Luis Beltran hitting 077 to start the year. He struck out in his last at-bat. And then next is both Hernandez brothers, and they've had a good start. Here's a chopper to second. Mara puts the tag on, throws to first in time. A double play. What a great play there by Dan Mara to throw the tag on, and a nice composed throw over there to first base. A little bit of defense gets the Toronto Maple Leafs out of the top of the 3rd inning as we head to the bottom half, tied at 2.
Get ready, Hamilton. It's the 2025 IBL Home Run Derby and All-Star Game. Hosted by the Hamilton Cardinals at beautiful Bernie Arbor Stadium. Watch the league's top sluggers crush moonshots in the Derby. Then see the best of the best go head-to-head under the lights in the All-Star Game. Grab your tickets now at HamiltonCardinals.com. Because this summer, the stars shine brightest in Hamilton.
Justin Mara leading things off for the Maple Leafs here in the bottom of the third inning. It's a 2-2 game. Barrie Baycats and Toronto Maple Leafs. The scoring has come early. For the Barrie Baycats, they had a run in each of the first 2 innings, but then Luis Florentino came through with a much-needed low pitch count quick frame in the top of the third. Toronto scored 2 in the first, and that's it. 5 hits combined between the 2 teams so far. Justin Mara leading things off, and he takes strike 1 from Cesar Rosado.
Mara last time put up a good at-bat, but went down swinging to a high fastball from Rosado.
The 0-1 skips in the dirt. A couple times today we've seen that breaking ball skip in the dirt. One of them cost Cesar Rosado a run back in the first inning on a wild pitch. At the time where the bases were loaded, and that didn't happen. The Baycats might have the lead right now against Toronto, but Maple Leafs will probably say that they feel like the Barrie Baycats shouldn't have scored on either of their runs as well. So see if mistakes become costly in this game today. That pitch finds the zone on Justin Mara. Count 1-2. Rosado about to deliver pitch number 58 on the evening, and Justin Mara fouls it off.
House 105 has a baseball in their backyard.
And the front yard.
A lot of action happening over on the street today.
The 1-2 to Mara. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. Justin Mara goes down looking.
Now, partner, I glanced over at the bullpen, and I'm not sure how in the know you are with, Paul Skeen's warm-up routine. He has one of those big water jugs on his back when he's doing his routine. I looked over in the bullpen. I'm pretty sure Taylor Lepard, he now has one. I saw him kind of using that over in the bullpen, and it was the first time I think I've ever seen it here in Canada.
Who's Paul Skeens?
He's an okay pitcher. He's pretty good. 11 straight quality starts, if I may add.
Yeah, Taylor Lepard's he's a pro down there. Pitch misses from Rosado. Count now 1-1 on Dan Mara. Pitch catches the outside corner from Cesar Rosado. It'll be interesting to see how much gas the Maple Leafs have in the bullpen today. They had to use almost everyone who was at the game in Brantford. Ben Sidorenios gave them a couple big innings late out of the pen. Here's a chopper to Odd, throw to first, and it skips away from Malik Williams, but fortunately for him, that ball stayed in front of him. He got a glove on it.
No, it looks like it hit off Mara.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, he's feeling the effects of that one. It looked like it hit right off the leg. And that was a strong throw from Odd. And
third baseman number 2.
Uh-oh. This is not a good sign.
So the Maple Leafs, who have already lost Marcus Knack, but we don't know for how long. And well, Brian Sewell just signaled towards the Toronto Maple Leafs dugout. He made the substitution signal with his hands. That's what I thought.
That's what I was seeing as well.
They're going to give Dan Mara a chance to stay in this ball game because they need. He's going to shake it off. That's the he's okay sign.
He's okay.
So
my bad.
Thumbs up. That's good too. 2 thumbs up.
Gave the little shoulder shrug, saying, "I don't know what I'm doing."
Brian's like, "Hey, talk me out of it."
I'm not going to argue.
So Spencer Ross comes to the plate. Dan Mara's a trooper out there for the Maple Leafs. He's had a really hot bat in the lineup as well. Talked to Dustin Richardson the other day, and he said, you know what, Dan Mara's been one of the hottest bats for the Maple Leafs this season, and definitely the most clutch bat for the Maple Leafs. 2 game-tying home runs on the year.
I mean, obviously you see guys at the top of the order, Randall Moreno, Sean Javier, Ryan Dos Santos. You always forget Dan Mara. He's quietly having a very productive season. And it's just something that he always does. He comes in, does his work. He'll give you quality at-bats. He'll play quality defense, and doesn't really say too much.
You know who else has been quietly pretty good for the Maple Leafs this season? It's been Spencer Ross. Here's the 2-0 in there for a strike. 2-1 now. The reason I say that is because the batting average is sitting at just .212, but he's among the Intercounty Baseball League leaders in walks. And the walks that aren't counted are the times he's been hit by a pitch. It feels like every other game Spencer Ross has taken one in the backside from the pitcher. And this one's lined up the middle, and he's got himself a base hit. That was a hard hit ball by Spencer Ross, and the Maple Leafs are cooking here in the bottom of the third.
Yeah, Spencer Ross has been really good for the Maple Leafs. I was really loving how they had him batting in the 9-hole, and not because, you know, he's not a good hitter and should be batting at the bottom of the lineup, but his ability to flip over the lineup has been so good for the Leafs, and really it's been a driving factor to why guys like Randall Moreno, John Javier have so many RBIs. It's because, you know, he's on base. Dos Santos 90% of the time is walking, and then you have guys on the pond.
All right. So Dan Mara is coming out of this ball game. I think that run down to second base, he's had enough. He's going to come out of the game after being hit by that baseball he was hit by the baseball at first base running down the line on the throw from Adam Odd. He went to second base on the hit by Spencer Ross. And looks like Matt Brandt is going to come into the game and run for Dan Mara. So that's unfortunate for the Maple Leafs, but seeing that he was still able to run down to second base, you know, it might just be a stinger. That's what the Maple Leafs are hoping for.
And obviously you want to win the game, but it's better to be cautious, especially with a player like Mara.
Early in the season.
Yeah, you don't want him to miss an extended period of time.
This one smashed into the outfield and down for a base hit. All runners are going to move up 90 feet, but how about that? Kaleo Shaw gets his first hit in the Intercounty Baseball League.
Shaw last time, he had a good lengthy at-bat, struck out swinging, but he saw a lot of fastballs off the arm of Rosado, and that was just him jumping over that first pitch fastball.
Good piece of hitting from Kaleo Shaw, and now here comes Dennis DeBanning. And Zach, there's no one in the lineup that wants to cash in a run more than Dennis DeBanning right now. First pitch, low, ball one.
And how good would it feel for DeBanning, you know, after the first inning, what happened, just to come out here in a big moment, you know, help out your team.
Want to know the count now on Dennis. Checks his swing. Did he go? No, says first base umpire Chubba Bay.
And so far, this is an okay at-bat from DeBanning. Obviously, you almost chased that outside pitch, but you got to remember, Rosado hasn't been accurate with his off-speed so far today. He's been missing it a lot. You just got to sit dead red fastball right now.
Well, he's certainly in a fastball count. Cesar Rosado hasn't always thrown it 2-0, but certainly a hitter's count for Dennis DeBanning. And he fouls it off.
That one looked like the fastball was just a tick too late.
Yeah, Dennis DeBanning went down and got that baseball, but DeBanning doesn't mind the ball being on the outer half down and away. That's how he hit his first 2 home runs this season with the Maple Leafs. He hit them both to opposite field. 2-1, DeBanning fouls off again. Man, he's going down and getting those fastballs.
Yeah, that one was low inside. He just inside outs the ball. And now this is the opportunity where Rosado, he's going to try to most likely go back to that well, get him to chase that outside slider. DeBanning, all you got to do here, you continue to sit fastball, adjust to the off speed.
2-2. inside and it hit him. That's going to cash in a run for the Toronto Maple Leafs. They've taken the lead 3-2.
Rosado's trying to argue that DeBanning stuck the arm out, but hey, DeBanning will do anything he can to get on base, and obviously that's a stinger high up there in the elbow guard.
I don't think DeBanning stuck his arm out at that baseball. I mean,
it looks like he was trying to turn and it just caught him.
That pitch was way inside. You don't want to get hit by that fastball. It's coming in hot from Cesar Rosado and Dennis DeBanning. Hey, that cashed in a run, but look, he's feeling that one. This Maple Leafs team is tired and a bit beat up. As take a look at some of the bullpen arms out there for the Maple Leafs that are listed today. Carlos Sano is a big guy in that bullpen for the Baycats. 3 innings his last outing in extras. Pitch count at 73 for Cesar Rosado.
Shortstop number 28, Keegan Martin.
Well, Keegan Martin saw 1 pitch in his last at-bat, grounded out. This time trying to get a ball in the air and cash in a run for the Leafs. First pitch, strike 1.
You see action over there in the bullpen for Barrie. Kahn is going to be the one warming up.
Yeah, Adam Kahn has just pitched 1 inning for the Baycats this season. You know, Barrie's got such good starts from their starting pitchers. They haven't had to use bullpen arms very often. They've used Sano quite a bit. They've used Christian Lazar. Even Benitez came in and pitched a couple innings out of the bullpen in 1 game. Juan Benitez, that is. Rosado ahead in the count. 2-0, and it's fouled off. That breaking ball kind of hung out over the plate there, didn't it, from Cesar Rosado? Martin put a pretty good cut at it.
Yeah, and Rosado, he has had to battle all these hitters all day long, and you know, it comes to the time, like you said, he's high 70s now with his pitch count. The fatigue starts to set in here. You've thrown so many pitches and only 2 1/3.
Pitch up and away for a ball on Martin. Keegan Martin in the number 9 spot, and then it's Ryan Dos Santos on deck. If it gets that far, John Javier, who is 2 for 2 today and raised his batting average to 500. The 1-2 on Martin. Fouled off. Look, the Maple Leafs are getting a chance to see a couple new junior players that they haven't seen much of yet with Shaw and Martin, and both of them have come up with either big hits or good at-bats like the one we're seeing here from Keegan Martin. The 1-2 fouled off again.
Wow.
We've seen really good at-bats really all day up and down this lineup, but like you said, to do it with some of these call-up players, what you like to see is now you know what you have. You can say, hey, if we ever need that extra body, we can trust him to this guy, just insert him into the lineup if needed.
Bases juiced here for the Maple Leafs. 1-2 count on Keegan Martin. Strike 3 called. Great pitch there from Rosado on the outside corner, and there's 2 away.
That was the breaker, and he got over right on that outside corner, and just a beautiful, beautiful pitch.
Left fielder number 8, Ryan Dos Santos.
Well, Ryan Dos Santos, who's walked in his first 2 at-bats, comes up here with the bases loaded. Maple Leafs have taken the lead in the inning on a hit-by-pitch by Dennis DeBanning. This one's a chopper. This could be a tough play, and it's Rosado who makes it, flips over to first. What a backhand flip there from Cesar Rosado to get himself out of the inning. Gets Ryan Dos Santos to hit into that chopper on the first pitch. But the Maple Leafs do scratch across a run. Dennis DeBannon gets hit by a pitch with the bases loaded, and they lead 3-2 against Barrie.
Moving from third base to second base, number 2.
Well, this was what happened last night for the Toronto Maple Leafs. In thrilling fashion with the Toronto Maple Leafs down by 2 runs in the top of the 9th inning in Brantford in a game where they felt like they had left opportunities on the board. They end up scoring 8 runs in the top of the 9th inning and they win the game. The picture there is of Ben Cineredios, and you know, he had a really, really good outing for the Maple Leafs. He pitched when the team was down by 2, then they scored 8 runs, and there was, you know, in that game there was some question as to is he going to come back into the game because it had been so long that the Maple Leafs were out there. So he went down and started throwing in the bullpen, and then he came back on the mound and he got the outs he needed for the Maple Leafs. And you know, the other thing too is I think there was a mental aspect to that outing too, because Ben Cineredios came through, got through his first inning of work. It was the first inning that he got through on the mound in the Intercounty Baseball League. Dustin Richardson goes right up to him. He's patting him on the chest. He gives them a big pep talk. And then, oh yeah, you got to go pitch another inning when the Maple Leafs needed this win after they scored 8 runs. And I just thought he did a beautiful job there in the bottom of the 9th inning. Luis Beltran is leading things off for the Barrie Baycats. Luis Florentino is back on the mound for the Maple Leafs.
We talked about it a lot last year with the pitching for the Maple Leafs. Is they had the arms. It's just, you know, some of their arms just couldn't figure it out. And I think now, you know, some of their guys, they're figuring it out.
Ball that kicks off the mound, but doesn't fool Dan Mara as he flips it over to first, and that's out number 1.
Brant.
Oh, right. That's
Mara.
So Keegan Martin has come in to play second base.
Oh, so we had a bunch of changes here. Brand is catching. John Javier moves to third. Ross moves over to shortstop, and it looks like Martin is over at second.
Nice. Yeah, that's a big mix-up, and that is the benefit of John Javier being able to play anywhere as well. They're able to just, from catcher to third base, he's played as many games at third base as he has at catcher pretty much this season.
He may still be young, but his knees are thanking him right now.
Brant did a good job catching last time he was in there. Throw out a runner at second base, looked really good defensively.
They have great, you know, position versatility on this team. And I think that's another key thing that Rob Butler likes.
The word that Rob Butler used to describe John Javier was scrappy.
It's a pretty good word.
For a young baseball player that's leading the Intercounty Baseball League in average, and he's also scrappy? Sure. Ball 4, that's a 4-pitch walk to the number 9 hitter, Francisco Hernandez, and that's going to bring up Brandon Hernandez.
Shortstop number 11, Brandon Hernandez.
Florentino is at 72 pitches in this outing so far, top of the 4th inning. had a very low pitch count inning last time in the third. That was big for the Maple Leafs. This one's hit on the ground to third, and it skips by John Javier. That took a brutal hop, and that'll probably go down as a base hit. Runners on first and second now for the Baycats.
And I like that right there. Florentino, he's beside Javier. He looks at the infield and says, it's okay, guys, just stay cool. Don't need to worry about that. And then he also gives Javier a little tap on the chest saying, I understand, that was a pretty bad hop on the baseball.
They're going to give a difficult E5 there on John Javier. I guess maybe it is a routine play, but that wasn't a routine bounce on John Javier. Javier was going to his right, and the ball ended up to the left side of him.
I'm going to record that one down as a hit.
Yeah, well, your scorebook doesn't matter, so how about that?
Well, that's just not nice. Matters to me. And I'm sure to Mr. Javier it matters as well.
Yeah. And to Florentino, too.
Exactly.
Earned runs, unearned runs. Here's Willie Garcia, who's in the number 2 spot for the Baycats. He's also the right fielder today. With 2 runners on, he takes a strike. Luis Florentino got through 4 innings in his last outing, but the 4th inning was the inning that got touched up for a home run. That's been the only earned runs that Luis Florentino has given up. This one's popped up, and drifting over is Dennis DeBanning, and he comes in and makes the catch, whips the ball into the cutoff man. And there's 2 away with first and second now for the Baycats.
That's one thing every outfielder for the Maple Leafs, they have a fantastic arm. Dos Santos out there in left, I mean, we've seen it multiple times where he has been able to just send a bullet back to the infield. DeBanning has displayed it multiple times. Marcus Connect when healthy. And then anybody they have in center field usually has a pretty good arm.
Yeah, we've seen one throw from Kaleo Shaw. It was a good one.
From the warning track, too. He caught that on the fence, and I think he 2-bounced it or 3-bounced it to third base.
Right, there was that one, too. I was thinking about the one at second base on the ball in the gap that was just a little bit late.
Oh, yep, that one as well.
The second we probably should hit the cutoff man.
Hey, you 2-bounced it to third base from the right center gap. That's pretty good.
Malik Williams finds himself in a 1-1 count. Malik Williams has had a good day at the plate so far. He's 1 for 2, and he scored. Hard hit ground ball in his first at bat was his 1 hit today. Now he hits this one in the air, high and deep, left center field, and it bounces off the wall. A run's going to come in to score. Dos Santos gets the ball in quickly, and that's a big double from Malik Williams.
Yeah, Williams clears the bases on that one. 2 RBIs, and, I mean, he just got every stitch of that, just missing a home run by a matter of inches.
So the Barrie Baycats are going to take a 4-3 lead. Look, Malik Williams in his last at-bat hit a ball that went down as an error in left field, but he struck it pretty well. That time he straightened it out just a little bit and got a little bit more of it, and boy, that was nearly a 3-run shot.
Malik Williams, he's always been a guy that has enormous power in that bat. Always a threat when he steps up to the plate, and just displayed it there once more.
So Matt Brandt just went out to chat with Luis Florentino. Not easy having your catcher change mid-start like this as well. The home plate umpires are gonna talk about this one. Maybe are they appealing something maybe here?
Did a runner miss a base is the only thing I could think of.
That's a long conversation probably means a runner didn't miss the base, right? Because it would either be yes or no.
It can go 50-50. The first base umpire, he's doing all the talking.
This is going to be difficult to figure out what this is. Okay, like hard to say, but it's not going to change any of the results of the previous play. So it stays 4-3 Barrie Baycats. Malik Williams, who hit that booming double, he's at second base, and now it's Ryan Rio, the batter.
Man, I'm looking at Ryan Rio from up here in our little table, and he's a big, strong guy when you look at him.
Yeah.
Looks like he's holding a toothpick for a baseball bat.
Yeah. And he demolishes this baseball to left field, and that one is gone. Boy, Ryan Rio using some of that monster power takes it to opposite field. He's got another home run at Christie Pitts, and the Barrie Baycats have opened up a 3-run lead.
Yeah, you said it. You said he loves hitting here, and I mean, he loves hitting here. Blows a kiss over to the Bushman as it's a 2-run shot that just clears that left field wall.
If the Bushmen were to be a fan of any player that wasn't on the Toronto Maple Leafs, it would be Ryan Rio. In fact, they have in the past before when the Toronto Maple Leafs were eliminated from playoff contention. But the Bushmen won't be happy about that one. He burns the Toronto Maple Leafs this time, and it's 6-3, and we'll see. This could come down to a battle of the bullpens, and the Barrie Baycats have a much more rested bullpen than the Maple Leafs had. Baycats haven't played in a week. Maple Leafs have played, well, 5 times since the last time the Baycats have played.
Sometimes, fatigue can kick in for a team playing that much, or even a team that hasn't played for a while, the rest factor. Some of the guys come in cold, but bats are a little hot right now for the Baycats.
Yeah, we were wondering which Barrie Baycat was going to start today, because Garces, Benitez, and Rosado all had enough rest that realistically they could have come in today.
Yeah, we really did not know who was going to be the one starting for the Baycats.
The 2-1, and there for a strike 2-2. Usually the Baycats are the easiest team to predict who's going to start because they've had those 3 good starters every season. Although this season they've entered Evan Morris into the mix. He had a great start his last time out as well. 3-2 the count now. There's a check swing by Macabroda, but third base umpire says no swing. And it misses low, ball 4. So the pitch count starting to climb here for Luis Florentino. 86 pitches in the outing. Tristan Clark coming to the plate, and this
might be it.
Might be it for Florentino. Yeah, solid point there. We didn't see much action in the Leafs bullpen. Yeah, Rob Butler's coming out to the mound here. I think he's just going to buy some time, and maybe Clark's the last batter he faces.
No, he's buying time, but nobody's throwing, which is
they're mulling around down there.
nobody started tossing. And he gave the signal, start getting loose.
Yeah, no one has grabbed a baseball yet. Oh, well. Might be Alex Ewer that's going down in the bullpen to warm up. We'll see. Florentino's focus will be on Clark, and Tristan Clark hits one in the air to center field. This one's pretty deep, and the catch made right in front of the wall by Kaleo Shaw. So we'll table the pitching discussion for a moment, but the Barrie Baycats have now put up 6 against the Maple Leafs and lead by 3 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Maple Leafs trying to get some runs back here in the bottom of the 4th inning, trailing 6-3 to Barrie, and this is John Javier is going to lead things off for the Leafs. Rando Moreno is on deck. This one's chopped towards second base. Hernandez picks it up, whips on to first, out number 1, and someone has finally retired John Javier. Rando Moreno comes to the plate with one away here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
And the one thing you don't want to do if you're the Maple Leafs this half inning is you don't want to give Rosado an easy 3-up, 3-down inning after the runs that Barrie put up. You want to get some traffic on the base paths. Obviously, best case scenario is answer back, but you want to get at least something. You can't let him have a clean inning here, get some momentum on his side.
If you can make him throw 15 to 20 pitches here, that's probably the end of the day for Cesar Rosado. His pitch count right now is at 85.
Yeah, it would most likely mark the end of the day.
And the Baycats have a really good bullpen, but you might see a winnable opportunity there if the starter only goes 4 innings. Moreno chops this one on the ground to first. Oh, Malik Williams with this quick reflexes is able to glove that baseball on a tough bounce that kicked out towards him, and that's out number 2.
First baseman, number 9, Justin Mora.
Well, the Maple Leafs are in danger of giving up that quick inning that you mentioned here to Rosado. And for Cesar Rosado, if he can get Justin Mara here in prompt fashion, he's probably good to come out for the 5th.
Yeah, definitely buys himself another inning. And for Barrie, that's best case scenario because you get another inning out of a really good starter, and then you get closer towards the end of the game, you allow yourself to give maybe Sano a couple innings.
Mara hits this one on the ground on a big high hop to Malik Williams, and Rosado does get out of the bottom of the 4th inning quickly. To the 5th we go here. It's 6-3 Baycats. A new pitcher coming to the game for the Toronto Maple Leafs is Eugene Lee. One of the young pitchers, a 2001 born pitcher for this Maple Leafs team. Has pitched in just 1 game, 1 inning so far for the Maple Leafs. Actually, just a third of an inning. Came into the game against Kitchener. Gave up 1 run, but it was unearned, and now comes into a pretty big spot here for the Maple Leafs. They're trailing by 3, but the Maple Leafs are still very much in this game, and if the Maple Leafs come back and win this game, Eugene Lee might be one of the guys that we look at and say, that's the reason the Maple Leafs won.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see Eugene Lee pitch. He has a good arsenal. Pitcher out of, I believe, McGill. Very excited to see his arsenal here.
Yeah.
No, that's not nice. That cut his song before the drop.
Yeah.
It's not nice whatsoever.
Brilliant walk-up
That's a great,
song.
great warm-up song.
Went with Gangnam Style. They'll face Adam Odd here to start off the top of the 5th. First pitch from Lee. Odd hits this one in the air, not deep. And, oh man, the catch made by Ryan Dos Santos. Man, we were completely fooled there. Shaw in center was looking for that baseball, and Dos Santos just all the way said, I got it, and he makes the catch.
Now pinch hitting in the catcher spot, number 29, Andrew Johnston.
Wonder if that reaction there from Kaleo Shaw might suggest that this is a tough sky to look up into. It's kind of dusky here at Christie Pitts.
Yeah, it's that twilight time of night where that ball goes up, you completely lose it.
Andrew Johnston's going to come in here to pinch hit for the Baycats.
Interesting coming in for the Luis Beltran. I wonder if this signals maybe the end of the day for Rosado.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because like you mentioned at the start of the game, Beltran, Spanish-speaking catcher, one of the import players that they have, and he's done a really good job connecting with the starting rotation. We're also just all Spanish speakers.
0-2 pitch in the dirt. Eugene Lee quickly got ahead there of Johnston. Here's the 1-2. Outside, 2-2. This one's fouled off by Johnston. Johnston battling in his first at-bat of the game here against Eugene Lee. Here's the 2-2. Lee misses outside and the count runs full.
That was a good spot. Just didn't get the call there, was Lee. Now you got to grit down, just find something here, make him either extend his zone. Again, new batter in the game.
Just the 3rd at-bat of the season for Johnston, and he fouls this one off. Johnston still looking for his first hit in the Intercounty Baseball League. Eugene Lee looking for his first strikeout in the IBL as well.
Battle of firsts.
Johnston's put up a long at-bat here against Lee. Here's the 3-2. Outside ball 4. Well, it was 0-2, and it's a hard-earned walk for Andrew Johnston. So this is where the lineup gets a little bit more dangerous now for the Barrie Baycats. It's the Hernandez brothers and then Willie Garcia.
Second baseman, number 0,
Francisco Hernandez, who is 1 for 1 today. Also walked, but scored both times he got on base, has the batting average up to .306 on the season. Eugene Lee trying to hold this score right where it is for the Maple Leafs. His 0-1 pitch. This one's fouled off. Francisco Hernandez spent some time in the Frontier League. He played with the Capitals de Quebec back in 2022, but also spent time in the St. Louis Cardinals system.
He's had a really hot day at the plate so far. Worked a lot of counts in his favor.
The 0-2 outside. Well, Eugene Lee was in this spot against Andrew Johnston, but just couldn't quite find that put-away pitch. Trying to do that here against Hernandez. Is 1-2. This one's flared towards the outfield. This is going to be a tough play. It drops in foul territory for the Maple Leafs, but no one close to make that catch.
And it's really interesting, you know, you look at how the evening has gone here so far. The game started, it was windy. That wind was killing everything that was in the air. It has turned into a beautiful night. Really no wind whatsoever. The flags are just drawn down right now.
The 1-2. Outside, and it goes to the backstop. This is going to advance Andrew Johnson into scoring position, and boy, he can hustle too. Got down to second base in a hurry.
And that's just an unfortunate break.
Barrie Baycats with a good chance to add on here. Two upstairs. Count runs full once again. Lee needs to find the zone here, and he will not. Outside, ball 4. First two have reached on really hard-earned walks. Both Barrie Baycat hitters went down 0-2, fouled off some pitches, and eventually outlasted Lee.
And it's just a scary recipe going on right here. You walk the 8-9 hitter, and you give it to the top of the order who have been swinging the bat well. And the scary batters that are looming in the hole and right behind him, Malik Williams and Ryan Rio, the two that have just done the damage so far here tonight.
A cross up there with the catcher Brandt, and one runner will move up to third base. That's Andrew Johnston. Francisco Hernandez did not get a good enough read over there at first base, so first and third now here in the top of the 5th.
You said it. Johnston has some speed over there.
Yeah.
Took off right there, right away.
The 1-0 runner goes, and this one's chopped foul to the left, slashed onto the hillside. So now this becomes a little bit more of an advantageous situation for Francisco Hernandez to swipe second base, because with the speed of Johnson at third, Maple Leafs might be hesitant to throw down, pitch up and away.
And lead to the right-handers, he was just kind of holding on to that ball a little bit too much, but you have a lefty coming up here, and he's just staying open with his chest. That ball, it's arm side high. You just got to come down, finish your pitch.
Here's the 2-1. Strike, delayed steal, and that's a stolen base for Francisco Hernandez as he swipes second.
Brandt just decided to go for the call, make sure he got that strike call in the other half.
2-2. Lee looking for the put away. Inside, and it nearly hit Hernandez. Andrew Johnson at third base. Francisco Hernandez at second. Brandon Hernandez at the plate. Another 3-2 count. And this one slashed to left. Dos Santos going back, reaches up, and it's over his glove. It bounces in front of the wall. 2 runs come in to score for the Baycats. Into second base is Brandon Hernandez, and he's got an RBI double, and it's 8-3.
And again, the walks. Walks are killer, especially to the bottom part of the order, and that's exactly why Hernandez just gets every stitch of that baseball and just lines it over the head of the leaping Dos Santos. Really nothing he can do out there.
Well, the thing is here for the Maple Leafs is that, you know, you think, oh, you know, you finally got to the end of this 5 games in 6 days. Well, they'll get a whole day of rest tomorrow, and then they're back to Hamilton on Friday.
It does not get easier.
So, I mean, there is an aspect of maybe trying to save some arms here for the Maple Leafs. But again, this is the Barrie Baycats team that isn't playing their best baseball right now. So you kind of need to stay competitive in this game and try and win. You think you have a shot.
I mean, looking at the game so far, this is kind of the Barrie team we saw really make that long run to the IBL finals last year. And
yeah, and you know what? Last time out, they came through with a really tidy win against the London Majors. As this one's hit up the middle, in for a base hit. They're going to send the runner Hernandez. A bit of a bobble in center field, and the Baycats now lead 9-3.
Doesn't get any easier here. The dangerous hitters, Malik Williams and Ryan Rio. They are up to bat, and they've done all the damage tonight.
So now Willie Garcia, who's 1 for 4. Or sorry, Malik Williams. That was Willie Garcia with the single up the middle. Malik Williams has had a really good day as well. He's 2 for 3, but he's driven in a couple runs today. Came on a big double in his last at-bat.
Look over the bullpen. Looks like Taylor Lepard is starting to throw there for the Maple Leafs.
The 1-0, high chopper to third base. John Javier has it, throws to second for 1. Back to first, not in time. Malik Williams able to beat that one out. It was going to be a pretty tough double play. Maple Leafs just didn't have quite enough time to turn that one.
Yeah, a high hop. And Javier elects still to try to turn it to second. You get the lead runner. But this is the guy that provided the big boom for the Barrie Baycats.
Yeah, Ryan Rio, a 2-run home run to left in his last at-bat, hit to the opposite field. This pitch goes to the backstop, slipped into the hand of Eugene Lee. Malik Williams to second.
We talked about the ongoing mini rivalry of Ryan Rio and the Bushman. Well, Bushman 1, Rio 0. They just made him laugh at the plate.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They were giving him one of the heckles, and he leaned back and chuckled to himself a little bit.
The 1-0. Rio takes just outside. Lee wanted that pitch. After the pitch before went to the backstop, he came back and made a really good pitch in a good spot, but just didn't get the call. Here's the 2-0. Rio swings and misses. The 2-1. Malik Williams had a great jump. Now the throw down to third, not in time. Boy, Williams had started running to third base, stopped because he was like, uh-oh, I'm in no man's land. Eugene Lee threw the pitch, and he's in there at third with a stolen base.
In these last 2 innings, I mean, everything going the way of the Baycats right now.
2-2. Chopped foul towards third base by Ryan Rio. Now the Maple Leafs weren't really paying much attention to Malik Williams at second on purpose because the focus right here with 2 outs in the inning is to try and get Rio out. Single into the outfield might have scored Malik Williams. Now it definitely will. Pitch misses inside. Lee finds himself in another 3-2 count, and he wanted that call on the pitch on the inner half. This one's lined into the outfield. That's going to get down for a base hit. Ryan Rio with an RBI single, and it's 10-3.
Well, if the bats weren't alive for the Baycats to start the season, they've come alive here tonight. And, I mean, everything has gone right here in the 4th and the 5th. 8 runs total scored here for the Baycats.
Well, Taylor Lepard has been getting loose in the bullpen for the Maple Leafs, and he is going to come into this ball game here. Maple Leafs trailing 10-3 to Barrie.
fielder, number 20, Nolan.
Taylor Lepard into this game. Maple Leafs trailing by 7. The Barrie Baycats have put together a big offensive performance here against the Maple Leafs. Most runs they've scored in a game this season, 13. They did it against the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. They also put up 12 against Kitchener, and trying to top that number here today against the Maple Leafs. But with that being said, Taylor Lepard is a tough customer in the Intercounty Baseball League and trying to get out of this inning here with 2 outs, top of the 5th. Nolan Macabrota, first pitch, fouls it off. Taylor Lepard comes into the start in 4 games and 6 innings pitched, has an ERA of 6 even, but Lepard's stuff is much better than the early season numbers would suggest. Give up a run against Guelph, Brantford, and London, and has been the victim of kind of just one bad pitch that's plates a run, but other than that, Taylor Lepard has been looked really good for the Maple Leafs this season.
And Lepard is one of those arms out of the bullpen that it's just electric when you see him pitch, because he has so much power, and you know, he really hones in on his craft.
Here's the 1-1. Shot to left. Dos Santos goes back. It's off the top of the wall. Macabrota is going to have to hold up at first base. That ball was smashed off the wall. Ryan Rio could only get as far as second base, so a long single for Nolan Macabrota.
And I said it once, I'll say it again. Everything that can go right for Barrie in these 2 innings has gone absolutely right. 8 runs on the board, and they are still threatening.
Well, Nolan Macabrota, who had walked in every at-bat, now gets his first hit of the day, and here comes Tristan Clark, and he takes first pitch outside, ball 1. Clark's 0 for 3 today. The 1-0, inside, 2-0. Tristan Clark hitting .222 on the season for the Baycats. Lepard's 2-0. Swing and a miss. Good pitch there from Taylor Lepard, and it's 2-1. Tristan Clark was 1 for 4 in that Barrie Baycat win over the London Majors. Now he hits a high chopper, a diving play by Spencer Rossi, gets by him into the outfield. Ryan Rio gets the stop sign at third base. The bases are loaded here in the top of the 5th inning for the Baycats.
And the Baycats officially, they batted around. Adam Odd led things off here. He flew it to left field. They batted all the way around.
Third baseman, number 26.
So that's the first hit of the day for Clark. He's 1 for 4, and now Adam Odd, who's 0 for 3, is one of just 2 hitters in the lineup right now without a base hit. The other one, the pinch hitter, Andrew Johnston. Skies this one. It's popped up. Spencer Ross going back, floating towards the outfield, comes in a few steps and makes the catch on the towering pop-up from Adam Odd, and Taylor Lepard gets out of it. But in the inning, the Barrie Baycats put up a 4 spot. They lead 10-4 over Toronto, or they lead 10-3 over Toronto.
Oh, it's Matt Brandt leading things off for the Maple Leafs. Cesar Rosado back on the mound for the Barrie Baycats. First pitch missed to Brandt. Now he hits this one in the air to center field. Shallow. It's Clark, the center fielder, who comes in, makes the catch, and there's one away.
And Rosado, he has settled. And that last bottom half for the Maple Leafs, that was just the unfortunate part because, well, now Cesar Rosado, he settled in. He got a quick 1-2-3 inning and into a groove now. Obviously still threatening with how high his pitch count is, but he looked a lot better in that last half inning.
Yeah, this is big here if Rosado can get through the fifth, because it's Barrie's turn to have a bit of a busy stretch. They have games in back-to-back days. They'll play tomorrow against Brantford, as Ross takes a strike and the count's 1-1. And then they get one day off, and then they're back in action for a big game against the Welland Jackfish. That's also a home game. That game's on Saturday. The 1-1 fouled off by Ross, and oh,
that hit the tree?
Nope, he put it into the light fixture and it never came down.
Nice. Heads up to anybody sitting under the light fixture on the first base side. You might get a ball fall down at some point.
It's not coming down. That ball is gone. It ate it. 1-2. Inside. Oh, man. Spencer Ross almost got hit again. Boy, it's just, it's funny. He's not the tallest guy out there, but he's attracted a lot of baseballs this season. That one didn't hit him, though. Count now 2-2. Ross takes strike 3 called. Delayed call from the home plate umpire, but Ross knew it. And there's 2 away.
Working quickly.
Center fielder number 15, Kaleo Shaw.
Well, it seems like a little while ago, but Kaleo Shaw had put together a pretty nice piece of hitting in his last at-bat.
He came up early in the count, swung and inside out a ball beautifully over to right field for his first IBL hit.
Heading the count 1-0 against Cesar Rosado. Shaw takes a strike at the knees.
A little bit of a delayed strike call once more.
Yeah. I think the home plate umpire is saying it and just doing the motion a little bit later. That's why when Spencer Ross went back to the dugout, he was already walking back to the dugout before the motion had actually been made. 10-3 Barrie in the bottom of the fifth. Cesar Rosado trying to get through another quick inning here against Toronto. 2-1 on Kaleo Shaw. And he lines this one into the outfield for another base hit. Oh, pretty good day being put together here by Kaleo Shaw as he's aboard with 2 outs here in the bottom of the fifth.
And you know who likes this the most? It's going to be head coach Rob Butler. Because one of your call-ups is putting together some good at-bats, and you have a hole right now in the outfield and center field. Why not?
Yeah, he's made a nice catch out there. Couple of hits. Not bad for your first start in the Inter-County Baseball League. Dennis DeBanning, the Toronto, Ontario native, comes to the plate here for the Maple Leafs. 2 down in the inning. You want to kind of stay back up the middle, hit the ball the other way. That's been the key approach for the Maple Leafs this season, but they could kind of use an extra base hit here from Dennis DeBanning. He's been known to get into one from time to time. Want to know the count. Time called. DeBanning clearly marked as the one who made the request.
I don't know if you're hearing it down the right field line, but Bobby Armstrong is firing up the crowd.
Oh, he's down the other line now.
He's getting the troops rallied. Maybe he's trying to shake the bullpen a little bit, talking to him.
There you go. Love it. 1-1 now on Dennis DeBanning. Slices this one foul onto the hillside. Well, Cesar Rosado is officially above the 100 pitch mark today.
And nobody's warming up, so this is his inning. They want him to get at least 5 here.
The 1-2. Outside. And you know, if this inning if this ball game gets to the 6th, and Rosado is able to get through 6, then that bullpen for the Baycats has got all their guns ready to go. So the Maple Leafs, if they want a chance in this ballgame, they got to get it close by the 6th, right? Like that's
you got to get something. You got to score back sooner rather than later, really.
Really, they need like a 3 or 4 run inning in the 6th, or maybe something here from Dennis DeBanning. I mean, what am I saying? They scored 8 in the bottom of the 9th against Brantford. But, you know, that game in Brantford, like, the Red Sox really gave it to them in the bottom of the 9th. There was a pop-up. There's an error by the third baseman. They've got a new third baseman out there in Brantford because they lost Tim Holk, unfortunately, to the Frontier League. He was one of the bright spots on that Brantford team. There's a swing and a miss by DeBanning on a pitch in the dirt. And that will do it for the bottom of the 5th inning. Cesar Rosado gets through another inning, well over 100 pitches now, but still going strong here in Toronto.
And welcome back here to the top half of the 6th inning. Again, Barrie, they have exploded out to a 10-3 lead, and it's really been the bats coming alive in the 4th and the 5th. Really, all throughout the lineup, it's just been Barrie playing a sound game. Taylor Lepard back out on the mound. He had did a nice job closing out this 5th inning. He'll come out here for another inning of work. During the Leafs half inning, Sato was up in the bullpen throwing. Looks like she sat down for now, though. It's going to be Lepard most likely getting this inning. That's a beautiful, beautiful slider over the outside half for strike 2. Bard gets his sign. Here's the delivery. Popped up, out of play, foul.
Wow. Leafs would love a nice little 1-2-3 inning from Taylor Lepard here, hey?
It would be very, very good. And not only just for the Leafs, but for Taylor Lepard, who, you know, a guy who struggled a little bit earlier on in the season. His stuff is starting to hone down a little bit, become the dominant pitcher we know that he is. It'd be really nice to see him come out here and get a quick 1-2-3. That was a lethal off speed, just didn't get the call there.
So 2-2 now on Andrew Johnson, who stayed in the game as catcher after taking over for Elise Beltran, and that pitch is upstairs. Some action in the Leafs bullpen. That was Alex Karabian getting loose. This one's chopped on the ground to short. Spencer Ross fields it, throws to first. Good play. One away.
Second baseman number 0, Francisco Hernandez.
Looks like Alex Karabian's gonna get another inning here for the Maple Leafs. We saw him come into the game in Chatham-Kent and put together a tidy inning in his Toronto Maple Leafs debut. Maple Leafs are looking forward to seeing the second outing from him. Line drive, third base on a hop to Javier. He throws to first and he got him. Play by John Javier. You know, there was a play in the game against the Brantford Red Sox last night. You know, John Javier was great. He went 4 for 5. But my favorite play from John Javier last night was there was a broken bat, little cue shot to third base. It was like spinning, really tough play for the third baseman. He made the play, stepped on third, turned around and whipped it to first. And I could not believe that he had the arm strength to get him at first base, and we just saw it again. A tapper by Brandon Hernandez to first base, and Taylor Lepard does get through that nice, clean 1-2-3 inning as Justin Mara able to make the play over there at third base, and we'll head to the bottom of the 6th here at Christie Pitts. Maple Leafs need some runs, and they need it in a hurry here against the Barrie Baycats. They've got 4 innings to go, but over the course of the season, this Toronto Maple Leafs team has hit and hit for power, leading the league right now in slugging percentage. Hoping that translates into some runs crossing the plate here. And well, they've got to deal with Cesar Rosado again on the mound for the Barrie Baycats. Actually, no, it's Adam Kahn who's coming into the game.
Yeah, Leafs have 3 guys batting over 700 in slugging. Those names, John Javier, Jordan Castaldo, and last one's Marcus Connect. Those 3 guys all just dominating so far this year.
So Adam Kahn coming into the game warmed up a long time ago, was backup for Cesar Rosado 3 or 4 innings ago, but Rosado just kept on going and going, and we thought he might come out for another inning, but he was well over the 100 pitch count for the Barrie Baycats, so naturally comes out of the game in relief of Adam Kahn. The 1-1 fouled off. Keegan Martin getting his 3rd at-bat of the day. The 1-2, just low. Pitch in the dirt. Martin works it full. Top of the order on deck with Ryan Dos Santos for the Maple Leafs.
And obviously, you know, it's a 7-run game, but the Leafs just got to pick away as much as you possibly can. You still have 4 innings to work with here.
Outside ball 4. That's how you start it off. So Adam Kahn walks the leadoff hitter, and as our camera operator Jay astutely pointed out a couple innings ago when he was warming up, a lot of the pitches in the bullpen were sailing over the head of the bullpen catcher, which is interesting for the Maple Leafs, but looked like he had the strike zone, just kind of lost Martin with a walk on the first batter of the game.
Definitely something to keep an eye out for here in this appearance. And right now, you know, if the Leafs can get something going quickly here, you know, scrap across maybe 2 or 3, that bullpen for Barrie, they are not working at all. This is Adam Kahn's inning as of right now.
The 1-0. Top of the zone for a strike on Dos Santos. Now, obviously, we're stretching a little bit in the in the sake of interest, but I mean, this is how you start off for the Maple Leafs. Dos Santos swings and misses, and now is behind in the count, 1-2.
It all starts with 1.
Martin on first. The 1-2 to Dos Santos. Martin goes. Dos Santos takes. Throw down. Way off line. And that's a stolen base for Keegan Martin. Boy, down by 7 runs, bottom of the 6th inning. You got to be really sure that you're going to steal that bag. And Keegan Martin did. Now he's in scoring position. Double play no longer in order. So it works out for the Leafs. And Dos Santos took that close pitch on the outer half as well, so the count now 2-2. Ryan Dos Santos takes at the knees, strike 3 called, 1 away.
Couple close calls there. And it was the first strike, really, where looked like that missed high out of the zone. He didn't like the first call, and that one at the knees as well.
Adam Kahn had a couple punch-outs in his first outing of the year. That came against Kitchener as part of a win for the Baycats. But hasn't pitched in 10 days. That was on June 1st, that 12-4 win against Kitchener. Oh, 0-1 on John Javier. Javier 2 for 3 on the day. And he hits this one on the ground. This one's to short. Brandon Hernandez flips to first in time for out number 2. Martin to third.
Not sure if Javier broke his bat on that one. It sounded like that bat is now gone, but good piece of hitting again by Javier. Just couldn't get it through the hole on the left side.
Brings Rando Moreno to the plate 0 for 3 on the day, but lined out hard to center field last time up. Moreno trying to cash in that runner at third base and takes outside, ball 1. Rando Moreno's hitting .327 on the season and among the best in the Inter-County Baseball League this year in terms of driving in runs. He's got 15 RBIs and 52 at-bats he's had. Struck out 7 times, walked 3. Moreno chops this one towards third. Is this one going to stay fair? Yes, it is. Make that RBI number 16 on the season for Rando Moreno, and it's 10-4.
Hey, we said it all starts with 1. Doesn't matter how you get it, but it all starts with 1.
That was a good reaction there from Moreno at first base. He's hit the ball hard today, and it hasn't rewarded him with a hit. Now he hits a little tapper to third base, and it's a hit and an RBI. Josh Matlow out of the dugout for the Baycats, arguing that that ball might have hit the foot of Rando Moreno. The umpires are going to talk about it. They're going to say it did not hit his foot.
First baseman, number 9, Justin Mara.
So Justin Mara will come to the plate here. The Maple Leafs will scratch across any runs they can here in the bottom of the 6th, trailing by 6. Mara with good power at the plate. Maple Leafs will probably need an extra base hit here to score Moreno from first base. Matt Brandt is the on-deck batter. He's just had 3 at-bats this season. The 0-1 pitch right on the outside corner. 1-1.
Adam Kahn is just staying away from all these hitters. Everything is just over the outside half, and he's playing the 50-50 game of hopefully that corner gets called. You see it already in this at-bat. He's 1 for 1.
The 1-1 to Justin Mara. Fouls it straight back. Boy, Mara had a big rip at that one, and by his reaction, the batter's backs, he knows he just missed that.
Yeah, and usually when you see the ball fouled straight back like that, you know the hitter's on time with it, and it's just a matter of just missing the barrel, and that's exactly what happened right there with Mara.
Mara's homered twice this season for the Leafs. Now he chops one on the ground. This one's to second base. A routine play there for Hernandez. On to first in time, and that'll do it for the Maple Leafs in the bottom of the 6th. They score 1, but still trail by 6 here against Barrie. Welcome back to Dominico Field. Alex Karabian coming into the game for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Karabian last pitched on June 7th against the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Got through an inning, allowed a hit, and also struck out a batter as well through that stretch. Karabian's he's tough to pick up the ball out of his hand. You can see right there, he's hides the ball really well on his delivery on the way to the plate. He's got a bit of an unconventional throw to the plate as well, which makes it tough for batters to pick up. But hey, he's got a tough test to start things off here. Willie Garcia, and the 0-1 pitch in there for a strike. Alex Karabian loves the sinker that he throws, especially when it's to right-handed hitters. Saw a lot of them in that game against the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Swing and a miss by Garcia. Way out in front of that pitch from Karabian.
And we have some defensive changes. Connor Lewis comes in for Ryan Dos Santos to play left field. And Zach Lamprey, he comes in to play first base for Justin Mara.
The 1-2 from Karabian. Swinging a line drive into the outfield for a base hit. First touch on the baseball for Connor Lewis out there in left. Leadoff single for Willie Garcia. Not an easy part of the order for Alex Karabian to be entered into. First Garcia, he gets the single, and now it's Malik Williams. Williams hitting .296 on the season for the Baycats.
And what a game Malik has had really at the plate.
Williams.
Everything, and I mean everything, has been hit hard.
Yeah, he scored 3 times today. 2 for 4. But that sinker from Karabian, this is a guy, if you get a sharply hit ground ball, could certainly be a double play candidate. Karabian misses with that pitch, and the count's 1-1. Karabian's 1-1. Inside, Williams ducks out of the way. Malik Williams played some Division I baseball. Also played for a couple teams in the Frontier League with the Ottawa Titans and the Trois Rivières. Takes a strike on the outer half. So Karabian works himself right back into the count. It's 2-2. Trying to get Williams to hit one on the ground here. The 2-2. Strike 3 called. He painted it over the outside corner, and Williams goes down looking.
Yeah, worked a beautiful off speed over the outside half, and Alex Karabian gets a big time strikeout against a really powerful hitter.
As a broadcaster, I hate that delayed strike 3 call, though. Oh my God, so late.
You just gotta listen. That's what it is.
Got me.
You know, normally a broadcast booth isn't as high up as we are. So we can't have the luxury of, you know, hearing the umpire right away. We gotta wait a second.
It's okay, we'll live. The world will.
Hey, you're doing great.
Continue to go around.
You're doing a great job.
Ryan Rio, also a double play candidate. Karabian checks the runner at first base just to make sure Willie Garcia wasn't going anywhere.
Ryan Rio, another guy that's just tearing the cover off the baseball tonight. And I mean, he's been doing it all season long. Said he's a big guy. He's a strong guy. And, He has proved it every at-bat here tonight.
Ryan Rio was drafted into Major League Baseball, a 37th round pick in 2018 to the Philadelphia Phillies. Went on to play a season of Division II baseball after that. And the 0-2. Pop towards the left side and out of play. Caribbean gets ahead in the count again. He's done a good job of that in this outing, getting ahead of these tough Barrie Baycats hitters. When you're a young pitcher out there on the mound, sometimes there can be a hesitancy to try and make a pitch in the strike zone, but Alex Caribbean has not been afraid of these tough Barrie Baycats hitters in the middle of the lineup. Here's the 0-2. Slash towards left, and that one's down for a base hit. Connor Lewis comes over to cut it off. Willie Garcia is heading for third. Oh, that ball took a tough hop off the lip of the grass there, and Garcia into third safely.
And what a night Brian Rio has put together. 3 for 4 with a walk and 3 RBIs. He's just seen the ball extremely well so far out of the hand of these Maple Leaf pitchers.
Yeah, that home run he hit to left field seemed like a bit of a difference maker back in the 4th inning there. Kind of put a punctuation mark on the inning and changed the game plan a little bit for the Maple Leafs.
Yeah, the icing on the cake was the kiss to the Bushman.
The Bushman, yeah.
As he rounded second base.
Yeah. That pitch inside gets to the backstop, and a run is going to come in to score. Willie Garcia crosses the plate for the 11th Barrie Baycat run.
And behind the play, Rio advances up to second.
Yeah, double play no longer in order. Rio at second, Macabroda at the plate. Nolan Macabroda is 1 for 1. He's walked 3 times tonight. Here's the 1-0. Just missed low. Two and 0 on Macabroda. Check swing, but it was called no swing. Pitch missed outside. Alex Caribbean asking the home plate umpire where that pitch missed. 3-0 the count now on Macabroda. Macabroda was swinging 3-0. Boy, he had a big cut at that. There's been some hard hit balls by the Barrie Baycats in this inning, but there's also been some pitches that some of these Baycats hitters haven't got a great read on out of the hand of Caribbean. The 3-1 pitch now on Macabroda. And he hits this one deep to left, but foul. Boy, he got a really good piece of that baseball, but just that ball just kept on slicing and slicing at home run distance, but well foul.
Yeah, did a really good job staying with it, but you know, just tailing out already out of the hands of pitcher and just couldn't keep it stay fair.
There's the 3-2. And it's upstairs, ball 4. Nolan Macabroda draws the walk.
Barrie Baycats, they're just seeing the ball extremely well tonight. I don't really nothing else you can say about it. Everybody 1 through 9 just getting on base.
Center fielder number 6, Tristan Clark.
Well, Tristan Clark, the center fielder, comes to the plate. He's 1 for 4 today, hitting .243 on the season. Clark takes a strike. Tristan Clark, a really good addition to this Barrie Baycats team this season.
Anytime you can find a good Canadian player that doesn't take up one of those import spots, always so valuable. And to boot, he's had the great experience playing Division 1 and on the Canadian National Juniors team, and an MLB draft pick back in 2016 as well.
Yeah, it's really a great talent. Really good find for the Barrie Baycats.
The 0-2 in the dirt, skips to the backstop. Both runners will advance for Barrie. I mean, you look at a guy like Tristan Clark coming to this, already championship Barrie Baycats team, and I mean, he's one of those players that I feel like could kind of tip the team over the edge to being a superpower this year in the IBL.
And I'm very curious, looking forward at the rest of the schedule this week for the Barrie Baycats, is this the kind of game they needed to, flip their season around? We talked about it a lot in the pregame and a lot early game, that it was a very slow start for these guys. Maybe have that championship hangover coming into the season, but the pitching tonight was phenomenal, and the bats still there looking really, really good.
Yeah, their first game of the season, a 6-4 loss to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Then they had to play against the Welland Jackfish, as this one's crushed to left. And if it stays fair, it's gone. That's a fair ball. Tristan Clark has left the yard, and the Barrie Baycats have blown this thing open here, top 7.
And he admired every second of that one as he hammered it right down the left field line.
Yeah, I was watching that one to make sure it stayed fair. The wind certainly wasn't helping it, but that one was a rocket over the left field wall.
Third baseman number 26, Adam Odd.
Adam Mara getting loose in the bullpen now for the Maple Leafs. Dustin Richardson having a conversation now with the home plate umpire. Oh. Now Richardson, I think he's talking to the...
Yeah, there were a little bit of gestures taunted from Clark.
Yeah, so this is Dustin Richardson standing up for his team here. He wasn't happy about the pimp job that Tristan Clark did after crushing that ball to left.
He also taunted it towards the pitcher as well.
We've seen tensions kind of boil over between Toronto and Barrie before. This would not be the first time. And that's Cesar Rosado in the dugout. He's being held back. Yeah, Dustin Richardson is giving it to the Barrie Baycats bench here. And yeah, anytime you're up by a boatload of runs and then you pimp a home run and watch it go out of the park, that is going to elicit a response from the other team, and that's exactly what happened here. And Dustin Richardson has never been afraid to stand up for his team, especially with the new role he has this season as the GM of the Maple Leafs, and he's been a real mentor for some of the younger players as well. And
yeah, I mean, this is what you like to see. It's just, DR, not afraid, like you said, to stand up for his team. He'll always, be there for his guys.
So we're going to get back underway here. The benches stay where they are, although still got some time left in this ball game. Could be some fireworks here at Christie Pitts. First pitch to Adam Odd, misses outside. Well, a point of pride here for Adam Odd, the only player in the starting lineup other than Lelise Beltran, who got taken out, that doesn't have a hit, so he's trying to get on board here. Dustin Richardson still talking here with the home plate umpire, and I think he might have just issued a warning to DR. Brian Sewell in there as well. We've seen him on the field talking to umpires quite a bit in the last couple games, and he's actually had a pretty good success rate with getting what he wants from the umpire crew as well, has Brian Sewell over the last couple games. But this is a conversation of a different nature than arguing a call. Alex Karabian just trying to get through this top of the 7th inning. That would be a big for the Maple Leafs to try and save some arms. They've only got one day off before the game on Friday against Hamilton. This one slashed down the line and foul ball. I mean, that was a fair ball, right?
It was very close. I mean,
maybe I might have just seen that completely wrong. I just thought it bounced inside the chalk line. Either way, it doesn't matter. Count 2-2 now. So Adamad in a 2-2 count. One out in the top of the 7th. Pitch fouled straight back. Good cut there from Adamad. 4-run innings has been the undoing of the Toronto Maple Leafs in this one. 4 runs in the 4th, 4 runs in the 5th, 4 runs in the 7th for the Baycats. They lead 14-4 in this one.
Yeah, it was a big 4-5 for the Baycats in those 2 innings.
2-2 outside. It tips off the glove, so Adamad has worked it to 3-2 now. Karabian's 3-2 to Odd. Chopped on the ground and through the hole. Adamad has his first hit of the day with 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Alex Karabian now up over 30 pitches in the inning. Baycats have already plated 4.
Number 29, Andrew Johnston.
The statement, Tristan Clark's home run to left.
Yeah, really just solidified Barrie and just what they've done today. I mean, Ryan Rio, his big shot that he hit back in the 4th, that kind of set the tone, and the 3-run shot off the bat of Tristan Clark really just kind of closed the book.
Andrew Johnston's already getting his 3rd plate appearance here after coming in replacement of Lelise Beltran. And now he's hit. Alex Karabian hits Andrew Johnston, and he heads down to first base. There's 2 on now in the inning. And Maple Leafs just trying to get out of this top of the 7th.
And you can see Karabian, after he hit him, he looked at him and said, "My bad." Obviously, he wasn't trying to.
A good job to kind of de-escalate. There's still a lot of road to go here, and we got to get through these final 3 innings of the ball game. Rob Butler comes out. Looks like we're going to get a new pitcher for the Maple Leafs. We'll have that for you when we come back.
Baseman number 0, Francisco Hernandez.
First, the number 9 spot here for Jeremy Newton. It's Francisco Hernandez who comes to the plate, and the Maple Leafs just trying to get out of this long top of the 7th inning. Just 1 out recorded so far, and Jeremy Newton, who's looked good for the Maple Leafs, is on the mound now and trying to get a couple outs here in the top of the 7th. ERA of 3.17 on the season, over 5 2/3. Jeremy Newton has emerged as one of the better arms in the bullpen for the Maple Leafs this season. Definitely a guy who can be trusted in high leverage, but today just getting some work in here against the Baycats.
Yeah, he's been a big bright spot for the bullpen so far this year.
I think also mentally the Maple Leafs just need to get out of this inning too. Get the bats back up. This one's hit high in the air, medium depth in left, and it's the center fielder, Shaw, who comes over and makes the catch, and that's out number 2. So back to the top of the lineup, Brandon Hernandez. 1 for 4 on the day, but he's driven in a couple runs. Brandon Hernandez trying to get things going this season for the Barrie Baycats. He's hitting just .219 on the year, but man, he was so good for Barrie last year. Hit .353 in the regular season, and then in the playoffs was just really one of those difference maker players. Hit well over 500 in the playoffs and 45 at-bats. And remember, the Baycats didn't play many games. They swept their way all the way to the finals.
Yeah, they really had a great run to that finals and then just played some phenomenal baseball, really, just up and down that entire postseason.
With Noel McGarry Doyle, who has been their steadfast leadoff hitter, signing in the Frontier League, and Brandon Hernandez now being pushed up to the 1 spot. Barrie Baycats, if they get Brandon Hernandez going, feels like all the pieces will just kind of start to fall into place. Hernandez fouls off that pitch from Newton. Oh, 0-2. Newton 1 pitch away from getting the Leafs out of the top of the 7th, and it's hit on the ground to Spencer Ross, and it hops over his head into the outfield. This is going to plate another run for the Barrie Baycats, and it's 15-4.
Yeah, you can't really blame Ross for that one. That bounce was atrocious off the lip of the grass.
Yeah, that is a tough one for the Maple Leafs.
Right fielder number 4, Willie Garcia.
Willie Garcia, who I think he led off this inning, didn't he, Willie Garcia?
Yep.
Top of the 7th, the Baycats have officially batted around. Willie Garcia, 2 for 5, led off with a single to start the inning. 2 on here. Garcia takes outside ball. Andrew Johnston is the runner at third base. He's the last runner on the book for Alex Karabian. The runner at first is Brandon Hernandez, as he got aboard with that fluky single that hopped over the head of Spencer Ross. The 1-1. And that one misses outside as well, 2-1. Willie Garcia was playing in the Nicaraguan Winter League before he came here to the IBL. Checks his swing, and I think that was a foul ball, right? Hit off the bat there of Willie Garcia. So the count stays 2-2.
Sounded like it hit either the bat or if it hit off the glove and then the chest of the catcher, Brandt.
Newton's 2-2. Chopped on the ground to first. Zach Lamprey has got it, and that will end the inning. But the Barrie Baycats put up a big spot. 5 runs in the top of the 7th inning. They lead 15-4 over Toronto.
It's time to get up out of
Back here at Dominico Field, a 15-4 lead for the Barrie Baycats. Matt Brandt, who is the catcher right now for the Maple Leafs, he's at the plate facing Adam Kahn, and I think the Barrie Baycats would be happy if Adam Kahn could give him a couple more innings here, get through the rest of this game. That would be the ideal situation for a Baycats team who loves their back-end relievers and their bullpen. To not have to use them today, they've got a game tomorrow. That would be a big win for Barrie.
Yeah, Barrie would love not having to use a guy like Sano tonight at all, and if you can get Kahn just to pitch the rest of the game, that's huge for their bullpen.
Brandt takes outside. If you're Kahn here, the game plan's got to be just pump pitches in the strike zone, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You just try to get as many strikes as you can, try to get some work done in.
Well, that's not what happened to lead off the bottom of the 7th. Ball 4 on Brandt. If you were looking for some motivation to continue watching this, what's pretty much a blowout ball game here in the bottom of the 7th inning, there was some tension last inning between the dugouts. There was a home run hit by Tristan Clark. Dustin Richardson was out of the dugout. He didn't like how Clark pimped the home run. So see if there's any more of that in this ball game, but
we're going to hope no more fireworks go off.
Definitely worth noting, though. The 0-1 to Spencer Ross in the dirt. Looks like Noah Hull has come into the game. He's at first base for the Baycats. Spencer Ross swings through that low one from Kahn in behind in the count 1-2. Ross 1 for 2 today for the Maple Leafs, and he's driven on a run with a sharp RBI single up the middle. He's also walked and struck out. Now Ross taps one towards the pitcher. This is going to be a tough play for Hernandez, and it's not made. It rolls under his hand towards the outfield, so the first 2 reach here for the Maple Leafs. That'll probably go down as another hit there for Spencer Ross.
Do I have fun and start spinning a narrative here?
Sure.
Do we sense a comeback happen?
No, okay. Let's get out of here. It's too early.
Hey, it all starts with one. It all starts with one.
Well, Kaleo Shaw has 2 hits this game. First pitch, a strike on the inner half. He's made a good defensive play in the outfield, couple base hits. That's what you want to see when you got one of your juniors playing and getting your second look, but kind of first look. Pitch in the dirt, count now 1-1. Dennis DeBanning is on deck. Maple Leafs would love to see him get a hit and start to heat back up again. Came into the year red hot to start the season. The 1-1 now on Shaw. Takes in the dirt, ball gets away from the catcher. That'll advance Matt Brandt to third base. Spencer Ross holds his ground at first. Adam Cahn's at 30 pitches right now for the Baycats.
Would not be very surprised to see him go the rest of the way here for this one.
Yeah. It's happened before. Cahn, back on August 20th, which was the last outing he had last season, went 6 innings in a game against Brantford. So he's been stretched out before, faced 25 batters in that outing. That pitch misses high on the 3-1, and that loads the bases for the Maple Leafs with nobody out. Well, I mean, it's too early for your comeback thing, I think, just because it's, you know, an 11-run ball game. But like, this is not the way the Barrie Baycats want to finish the game. They really want Cahn to get some outs here, save some pitchers. I'm not really sure how deep the Baycats bullpen is this season, because they haven't really used anybody in the bullpen this year. They've had such good starts that they haven't really got a look at. Cahn had only pitched 1 inning coming into today.
Yeah, a lot of their arms really outside of Sano haven't got a lot of work.
DeBanning pops this one up. It's on the infield, and it's actually going to come back out of play. Bit of an optical illusion there as the ball was coming right back at us. The 0-1 to DeBanning. In the dirt. 1-1 now. And Christian Lazar has also got some work out of the bullpen, but he's just gone 4 innings. Brandon Pakala has got 3 innings. This one smashed into the outfield. That one gets down for a base hit. Dennis DeBanning hits it all the way to the wall. This will plate 2 for the Maple Leafs, and that's a ringing double for Dennis DeBanning that gets him a couple RBIs as well.
That's a good swing for DeBanning too. You know, obviously he's been having his struggles at the plate, but you get an inside fastball like that and you just take it the other way. It's a smooth swing, and really hopefully something that can get him on track here for the Leafs.
Yeah, and that's exactly what his swing looked like at the beginning of the season when he got those 2 opposite field home runs. So that's a great sign for DeBanning and the Maple Leafs. With Marcus Connect being out of the lineup, the Maple Leafs, this is the time for Dennis DeBanning to step up. Like, his time is right now.
Yeah, he has a golden opportunity here. Definitely going to be getting some more playing time with Connect out. Again, we don't know for how long, but DeBanning could definitely get a run here. And if he can keep putting swings together like that, it'll look very, very good.
Keegan Martin now at the plate for the Maple Leafs. After chopping that one foul at home plate, he's behind in the count 0-2. Runners on 2nd and 3rd here for Toronto. Nobody out in the bottom of the 7th. Martin takes low and in. Man, that was a hard pitch to take, that back foot slider. But he did well.
Now the last thing that you want to see if you're the Baycats, their bullpen is starting to stir right here.
Yeah, Brad Grieveson is the one getting the most loose out of all the people swinging their arms around. So
he's going at a faster pace than everybody else around him.
Yeah, he might be next up for Barrie. 2-2 here on Martin, who's battled from 0-2. And now he hits this one in the air. This one's to left field, but it hangs up. Catch made by Macabroda. Throw is cut off, coming to the plate, and the Maple Leafs score another run. That's an RBI for Keegan Martin, and it's 15-7. First inter-county baseball league run batted in for Keegan Martin. There you go. To the top of the order, and this was the spot of Brian Dos Santos, now Connor Lewis. The Maple Leafs very happy to have him back in the lineup. Another one of those guys that they get back that also might need to fill in some of that playing time with Connect being out. Good opportunity here for Connor Lewis to get his season started for the Maple Leafs. Runner going to third, and base stolen there for Dennis DeBanning. He got a good jump. Adam Kahn obviously just focused on the hitter here in this scenario, and DeBanning realized that. The 0-1 to Lewis. Connor Lewis takes a strike. Oh, Connor Lewis was that clutch guy for the Toronto Maple Leafs last season. It felt like the hits that he got,
couple big time home runs.
Yeah, always came right when they needed. That walk-off home run for Connor Lewis. This time he swings on a pitch in the dirt. Now runner coming home, and he's out. Dennis DeBanning throwing out at home plate, trying to cash in another run. So that's going to end the inning for the Toronto Maple Leafs in the bottom of the 7th inning. They get a couple runs. They plate 3 in the bottom of the 7th. Now 15-7 at Christie Pitts. We'll take a quick break and be right back. Well, things getting mixed up on the infield a little bit here for the Maple Leafs as Jeremy Newton delivers his first pitch to Noah Hull, and it's fouled off. At first base, Ben Sidorenios is going to enter into the game. That will push the previous first baseman, Zach Lamprey, over to third. John Javier is out of the game for the Maple Leafs. Newton's 0-1 to Hull. Smash to left, high, deep, and gone. Noah Hull leaves the yard in his first at-bat of the game, and the Baycats have 16 here, top 8.
Opposite field power, smooth swing. And why not? Swing as hard as you can your first at-bat.
You can complete some defensive substitutions for your Maple Leafs. Now in at third base.
So the Barrie Baycats keep pouring on the offense here.
First base, number 14, Ben Citarenios.
This is the first opportunity for the Maple Leafs. They're going to see Ben Citarenios over there at first base. And, you know, Maple Leafs management staff and coaching staff have just been really impressed with the attitude that Ben Citarenios has come to the team with. You know, not every player is at every single game for the Toronto Maple Leafs except Ben Citarenios, whether it's a long drive out to Chatham-Kent or in Brantford. He's come to every single game for the Maple Leafs. Didn't get a lot of opportunity early in the season, but, you know, if there's one guy for this Maple Leafs team that's going to kind of emerge out of the shadows and find a way to play a role on this Maple Leafs team, I think that work ethic of Ben Citarenios might help him out. This ball is smashed to left center, and that one will leave the yard as well. This is a Safa Jones who came into the game to pinch hit. And back-to-back home runs here for the Barrie Baycats.
Back-to-back pitches, too. Safa Jones wastes no time.
Left fielder number 20, Nolan McAbroda.
Well, Safa Jones came in late in the game against the London Majors as well. Comes in late in the game here, and this is just his third at-bat of the season, and he leaves the yard. And for Safa Jones, that's his first inter-county baseball league home run, and it's opposite field as well.
Well, you think about it, the deepest corner, really. Not really a lot of deep corners here at Christie Pitts, but the furthest one is that left center field kind of meeting where the two fences meet. And hit it right over that wall.
Now Nolan McAbroda, who has good power as well. You know, it's kind of unfortunate numbers-wise for Jeremy Newton. This kind of happens when you get into these blowout ball games. You get one of your top pitchers into the game. You know, you give up a couple home runs. I don't think that's very characteristic of Jeremy Newton from what we've seen from him this season, but that's a couple runs that he'll have to wear on the ERA line, but not to take away from what he's done for the Maple Leafs this season. He's just been really sharp. The 1-2 to McAbroda, and it's high, 2-2. 17 runs for the Barrie Baycats. They blew their season high of 13 runs in a game wide open. McAbroda grounds it foul towards first.
And it's kind of just been the topic of the night, really. It's just, it started off of us questioning, you know, when is this Barrie team going to wake up? When are they going to start playing the game where that kind of propelled them to the IBL championship last year? And it kind of just seems like they've finally woken up. Everybody is hitting the ball hard right now. Nobody is having a bad at-bat. The pitching staff has looked solid for them all night long. And, I mean, really, they just can't do any wrong right now.
Well, funny enough, the last time the Barrie Baycats put up 17 runs in a ball game, right here in Toronto, back on June 28th of 2023. They won that game 17-8.
You said June 28th?
Yeah. What are you doing?
That was also a Wednesday night game.
Oh, nice.
I was curious to see if it was a Sunday or a Wednesday night. No, it was a Wednesday night. Something about Barrie and Toronto on a Wednesday night at Christie Pitts. The Baycats just love.
Base on balls here to Nolan McAbroda as he heads down to first base. And here's Tristan Clark, who created the controversy in his last at-bat.
cues one foul towards first. Runner on first, nobody out here. Clark, homer to left in his last at bat. Takes an off-speed pitch from Newton. 0-2 now. Jeremy Newton has been pounding the strike zone. 26 pitches, 20 of them have been strikes in this outing. Strike 3 called. Another good off-speed pitch from Jeremy Newton and a 3-pitch strikeout against Clark. It's going to bring Adam Odd to the plate here. Odd had a hit in his last at-bat. He's 1 for 5 today. The 1-0 from Newton. Big swing and a miss there from Adam Odd. The 1-1 pitch, another good one from Newton, and he's ahead in the count. 1-2. Adam Odd started his Intercounty Baseball League career back in 2016, playing for the Burlington Bandits, then moved to the Toronto Maple Leafs in 2017. This one's right back to Newton. Throws to second for 1. Back to first. Double play. That'll get the Maple Leafs out of the top of the 8th inning, but they trail by 10. Here against Barrie, it's 17-7 as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th inning here at Dominico Field. Boy, it's getting late here at the park, but here we are, bottom 8. Ben Sidorenios is at the plate now.
Let's have an at-bat here, Ben.
Could be good. Sidorenios looking for his first Intercounty Baseball League hit, but you know, he's looked good on a lot of different aspects for the Maple Leafs, whether it be at the plate, on the mound, defensively. Hit a ball really hard in Chatham-Kent, and I think he's thinking about that opposite field swing that he had where he got a good piece of the baseball, and be a good time just to get that first Intercounty Baseball League hit out of the way right here. Hits it on the ground. This one's to second base. I don't think that's going to do it. He nearly beat it out, though, at first base, hustling down the line. Out number 1.
Good hustle, though. I mean, even the score being 17-7, I mean, for Sidorenios to hustle out of the box like that, it shows a lot of character.
That is, yeah, that's been characteristic of Ben Sidorenios. Has impressed a lot and a lot of people in this Maple Leafs organization to start the year. So another guy who has been a two-way player over the last couple of seasons for the Maple Leafs, Greg Carrington comes in, and he'll get an at-bat as well. Greg Carrington was also one of those important pitchers that pitched really well against the Brantford Red Sox, kept the Maple Leafs in it, got through a scoreless inning, and here he is at the plate now for the Maple Leafs.
He's also another guy that just shows a ton of character. You know, last year his role fielding-wise kind of just diminished, and, you know, he could have hung his head about it, been upset about it, but he said to the team, hey, if you guys need me to pitch, I can pitch as well. And, you know, he's turned into a pretty good two-way player to have for the Maple Leafs.
Yeah, people with attitudes like Greg Carrington, that's who you want to have on your team. And the big motivation for him pitching was that, you know, with his work for a lot of the games, he wasn't able to make it for the first inning, or at least, you know, he'd be pinched to get there for the first inning. So he said, you know what, I still want to play on the Maple Leafs, really wanted to be a Maple Leaf, bring some value to this team. So he said, I'm going to learn to be a pitcher. So he started pitching out of the bullpen, worked on that in the off season quite a bit, and, you know, here he is giving the Maple Leafs innings out of the bullpen. Yesterday came in at a really important spot and did his job, and now getting his second at-bat here of the season. And he swings and misses at that low pitch, strike three. Well, things got a bit dicey for Adam Kahn in the last inning. Now starting to settle down a little bit once again here on the bottom of the eighth. It's his game to go the distance, you'd have to think. Brad Grieveson is warming up in the bullpen, but if Kahn can get through this inning quickly, you'd think that Barrie Baycats would stick with him. Zach Lamprey lines this one into the outfield. That's down for a base hit. Zach Lamprey has picked up his first hit of the season. That's another well-deserving base hit for a guy that's done a good job for the Maple Leafs this season. You know, Zach Lamprey, if you go back to last night in that game against the Brantford Red Sox, he was the one who got everything started in the ninth inning. And this one's hammered down the line. This is Matt Brandt, the catcher, at the plate. He got everything started for the Maple Leafs. He, you know, came up, knew the Brantford pitcher was kind of struggling a little bit on the mound, took some pitches, went down to the count 1-2, fouled some pitches off, and a leadoff walk, and the rest is history. They scored 8 in the ninth inning, all sparked by Lamprea's good at-bat. Now he's rewarded with a base hit here.
Yeah,
a couple walks.
Again, obviously, like, everyone knows it's a blowout right now. You know, you're just waiting to get to that ninth inning. But for some of these guys that don't get the normal playing time, this is their opportunity, you know, get some work in, try to show the team, hey, you know, I could bring some value, whether it be off the bench or possibly getting a spot start over here and there.
Matt Brandt crushes this ball, but it's going to hang up. And the catch made by Willie Garcia out there in right field, so that'll do it for the bottom of the eighth inning. 10-run ball game, top of the ninth here at Christie Pitts. We'll be right back.
How you doing, Zach?
Good, man. Doing fantastic.
Top 9. Jeremy Newton back on the mound. Good job by Jeremy Newton just to at least eat up some innings for the Maple Leafs, and he's done exactly what the Maple Leafs needed him to do. Pound the strike zone. Exactly. 26 strikes, 7 balls in this outing.
I know another pitcher that's good at hitting the zone. He's on the 4-0 Diamondbacks team, Mr. Darren Lacey.
Oh, good shout out. Jesus, that's a deep cut.
Hey, man, great outing last time out.
The 1-2 in the dirt. This is the catcher, Andrew Johnson. He takes high. The count now 3-2. I think this might be the first 3-ball count that Jeremy Newton has found himself in. He's been pounding the strike zone. He's at 36 pitches now in the outing. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Jeremy Newton gets the K on Andrew Johnson. So 1 out now in the top of the 9th, and
second baseman number 0, Francisco Hernandez.
This will be the number 9 hitter, and Francisco Hernandez, who's 1 for 3. He's scored 3 times. Fouls the first pitch off. One thing we actually forgot to highlight in Nolan Macabroda's last at-bat, he's walked 5 times today. If you look at the IBL walk leaderboard, obviously Ryan Dos Santos is at the top, but the next guys have like 9, 10 walks. So he's at 11 now. All of a sudden he's second.
Watch out, Dos Santos. Someone's coming for the crown.
He's still doubling them up.
That just shows the quality of at-bats that he's putting up so far this year. And obviously this game blowout, but I mean, he still had phenomenal at-bats.
Pitch upstairs on Hernandez. That's the first ball, 1-2. Hernandez has shown off some power this season for the Barrie Baycats. He's left the yard 3 times. 6 RBIs on the year. Pitch from Newton misses as well. Now it's 2-2. Matt Brandt still back there doing the catching. He took over about 4 innings ago. And lots of mix-ups on the infield and outfield for the Maple Leafs. Just to sum it up, Lamprey is at third, Ross at short, Martin at second, and Sidorenios getting his first reps at first base. And then the outfield has stayed relatively the same. Connor Lewis has come in. One hopper to third, long throw Lamprey, and it's safe at first base. Good throw, good pick, Sidorenios, but it was just not in time.
Yeah, it's a tough play. You got to play off the big hop there, off the grass, and Lamprey just tried to display the arm strength and did a good job of it, just couldn't get over in time.
Shortstop, number 11, Brandon Hernandez.
So I'll go down as a infield hit for Hernandez. The Hernandez brothers have combined for 5 hits today for the Baycats. Combined to only strike out once as well. This ball hit up the middle into center field for a base hit. 2 on here in the top of the 9th. No action in the Maple Leafs bullpen. They need Jeremy Newton to finish this one out.
Right fielder number 4, Willie Garcia.
17 runs on 18 hits for the Baycats. 7 runs on 11 hits for the Maple Leafs, but they've also made 3 errors in the field. Some of those costly early on, but Baycats had quite a bit in the tank. This game started with Barrie putting up runs in each of the first 2 innings, and then they started opening the floodgates. 4 in the 4th, 4 in the 5th, 5 in the 7th, and 2 in the 8th.
Yeah, the 4th and 5th inning, that was just when the floodgates just fully broke open. And again, we've been highlighting him all night. Ryan Rio loves hitting here at Christy Pitts, and I mean, he's had another fantastic night.
Garcia reaching for that pitch, cues it foul to first, but that one in foul territory. Toronto Maple Leafs, they're gonna need a reset. They've got another tough opponent in the Hamilton Cardinals, who are really going for it this year. They're loaded up. They did a really good job recruiting their imports this season, and they'll be a tough team to beat out in Hamilton. Go to Garcia. That's chopped to short, to second for one, on to first in time, double play. Well, 3 outs remaining for the Toronto Maple Leafs as we head to the bottom of the ninth. Another little wrinkle in this game that I thought of. I'm not sure if this is still true. The lights might go out at 11:30.
Something I definitely did not think about.
Ross grounds the first pitch to third base. 2 outs remaining now for the Maple Leafs.
Now, that might not affect the players as much, but the broadcast cleanup might get affected by that.
Oh, I thought you meant like if they're playing and it's dark. I was like, that would so affect them.
Well, yes, that would definitely affect them still. Well, that's when we just activate night ball. We get a glow-in-the-dark baseball. Have you ever seen one of those? They do it with golf, too.
Yeah, I saw it on Instagram.
Yeah.
Kaleo Shaw at the plate and rips this one down the line. That's a base hit. Shaw has his 3rd knock of the ball game, and look at him rip around first base. He's into second. He's got himself a double. There you go.
Big smile on his face, too. And you know, a bright spot here in this game has been Kaleo Shaw.
Yeah.
Not only just for his bat, but the defense has been solid as well, and I think he's definitely made a good impact here for this Toronto Maple Leafs team.
Yeah, Kaleo Shaw has been the bright spot for the Toronto Maple Leafs today. Nobody in the lineup has 3 hits, but Kaleo Shaw getting his first start in the IBL, he does. Some hard hit balls too today. That was another one, just ripped it down the line.
Yeah, his first hit was the soft one, but it was still a good swing, an inside-out pitch where he just inside-outs it over to right field, and then he's pulled 2 down the left field line, and he's looked really good at the plate. His approach has been very smart.
Speaking of hard hit balls, that's exactly what Dennis Dubany did in his last at-bat as he swings over that off-speed pitch from Kahn, now behind in the count 0-2. He drilled it into the gap and right center field.
Yeah, and, you know, Not that it'll add up to much here, but you know, if you can see DeBanning have another good at bat here, just gets his confidence going forward as well.
DeBanning swings over to the top of that one, strike 3. Adam Kahn is 1 out away from getting through a really good outing for the Barrie Baycats, or at least an outing that they really needed him to do. They're asking Adam Kahn for 4 innings. He's gone through 3 2/3 now. Cesar Rosado went 5, and when Rosado went 5, you think, oh, you know, they're probably going to have to get into the bullpen a little bit. Not the case. Kahn has gone the rest of the way.
Yeah, and good for Kahn to, you know, shut things down there.
Yeah, would this be a save for Adam Kahn?
I know it's usually 3 innings.
10 runs.
Save. I don't know about 4.
Yeah, 10 runs, and that would be 12 outs. So, yeah.
Good for him.
Although, wait, no, but he gave up some of those runs, though. Hold on.
You're going to math this one out.
4 of the runs are his responsibility. So then it doesn't add up anymore.
I think it would still be a save because of the 3 innings pitched.
The 1-2 hit on the ground to first base, and that is going to end this ball game here at Christie Pitts. The Barrie Baycats and Toronto Maple Leafs played each other close, and then in the 4th inning, home runs, 4-run innings for Barrie. They blow this one open against the Maple Leafs, and they win this one by a final score of 17-7.
Yeah, and really from the start, you know, the question was, what team is going to show up for Barrie? Is it going to be the team that's starting off slow, or is it going to be the team that, you know, won the IBL championship last year? And really, it was the team that won the IBL championship last year. 1 through 9, their hitters just smashed the baseball all over the park. The pitching started off slow, but Rosado settled down, worked through 5, and then Adam Kahn finished it all off.
Sometimes that's the way it goes in the Intercounty Baseball League. The Barrie Baycats, their last game, they win it 3-1 in a pitcher's duel. Today certainly was not that. A 17-run outburst for Barrie. They win this one on 18 hits. They scored their 17 runs. For the Maple Leafs, 7 runs on 12 hits and 3 errors. We'll say goodnight here from Christie Pitts. Thanks so much for tuning in.